Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
All right, here. All right, do we have any announcements from closed session?
No announcements or reportable action this evening.
And
All right.
I'll just note that I was present for the last two items on the closed session agenda.
And Mayor Brand was with us as well, although he wasn't with us for check-in, he's just in the back. All right, all for the record. All right, so we're going to now adjourn at 6:21 for regular session. Sorry for being late. We have a lot on our closed session agenda, a lot to say the least, making things happen. So can we get a roll call vote for this beautiful Tuesday, April 18th?
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Still here?
Councilmember Kojetovic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Brand absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim.
Here. All right, we're going to do a salute to the flag and then a moment of silence directly thereafter. On three. 1, 2, 3. I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States
of America
and
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. All right. Good evening, everyone. Tonight, we are honoring our libraries. And so I'd like to call up our library director, Dana Vinke, with representatives of the Friends of the Library and a few library commissioners. Come on up. We've got Friends of the Library Mary Simon and library commissioners Margaret Willers, Penny Wersing, and Nona Jansen-Walls. Thank you. So, thank you. First sponsored in 1958, National Library Week is a national observance of the contributions of our nation's libraries and librarians. It's the people that matter, right? National Library Week is sponsored by the American Library Association and libraries across the country each April to promote library use and support. Here at City of Redondo Beach, the Redondo Beach Public Library provides free services and materials in welcoming atmosphere to meet the information, educational, recreational, cultural, and needs of all of our residents. We have two libraries, one right over here, the South Branch, the main library, and of course the North Branch Library, which sits on the old fire station site. Our libraries offer thousands of books, both in print and online, provide access to computers, internet, online resources such as tutoring, job skills, and language learning. Our libraries support students in curriculum at all education levels, from literacy through college. Our libraries also host hundreds of community events for all ages, including our popular annual summer reading program. If you haven't gone to visit our libraries, please do. I know they have some cool books on the old history of Redondo Beach right here in the main library. I've seen that quite a bit. So to our library director.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. It's an honor and a privilege to be here tonight, especially to celebrate National Library Week. I just wanted to make a few comments. First of all, I wanted to put a thank you out there for our dedicated library staff, our knowledgeable and kind library staff, our generous and supportive friends of the library, and also our dedicated library commissioners. I'm going to pass it on now to the president of our Friends of the Library, Friends of the Redondo Beach Public Library Group, Mary Simon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm honored to be here to represent the Friends of the Redondo Beach Public Library, and our mission, of course, is to support the library as the center of the community and to keep it an open, welcoming space for all people and a safe place to learn and to grow. We have a sale coming up to support the summer reading program, which we fund in its entirety. We also fund the digital resources for the library, so come by anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. And on behalf of the Library Commission, we want to thank you for recognizing National Library Week and invite everyone to come please enjoy the library.
All right, so on behalf of the mayor and council, put this down here. I would like to present our proclamation here to you guys. Thank you very much for all the efforts and work that you guys put into. It goes very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Our pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And I'll give you these.
All right, so announcements from council. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thanks, Mayor Pro Tem. Two announcements, one of which is the District 2 community meeting for April will be held this Monday evening on Zoom, 6 to 7:30. You can register on the redondo.org website under District 2. My guest will be two guests. One will be Mr. Greg Kapovich, who's our Waterfront and Economic Development Director. We'll be talking about everything that's happening down at the waterfront, including the new skate park, hopefully opening soon. And then the other guest will be our new city treasurer, Eugene Solomon, and we'll be talking about his role and plans for the office. The second announcement I'd like to make is there's an organization called South Bay Community Coalition Against Hate that is a group of community and elected officials in Manhattan Beach, El Segundo, Hermosa Beach, and Redondo Beach. And they have an event this Thursday, a community conversation with Frank Mink. And he is a recovering skinhead who's transformed his life with a triumph over hatred. That's basically the title of his speech. It'll be this Thursday, 6:30 p.m., O'Donnell Hall at American Martyrs Church in Manhattan Beach. The way you register for this, it's $5 individual or $10 family. The way you register for this event is go to MB, as in Manhattan Beach, VS versus hate.org. That's mbvshate.org. And you can register. It's a pretty amazing speaker that they're going to have there. So please consider going to that event. Thank you so much.
All right, Councilmember Keller-Jarovich.
Yes. First, thank you, librarians, and all the work that you do. My daughters and I were there today, and you, for the second time, brought up the Les Miserables books so that we can have them at the North Branch Library. Thank you so much. You're always very helpful when the little ones come up looking for whatever, so thank you so much. My District 2 meeting, or excuse me, District 3 meeting will be this Saturday on Zoom. Between 9:30 and 11. There's a link on my website, and if you have any problems, you can email me or call me. My number's on my website as well.
All right, Councilmember Baji.
All right. Want to echo the thanks to our library staff and librarians. Also wanted to thank our dispatchers in the police department who dispatch for the police department and fire department. It is Dispatcher Week, Recognition of Appreciation Week. I also, Mr. Saman, you're sitting back there, but I spotted a new stop sign in my district, and I wanted to say thank you to you and your team for putting it in at Clark and Steinhardt. And that actually went to the I think the Public Works Commission. Then they determined, okay, they didn't want a stop sign because it was a speed hump that people really wanted. Then they went and did site tests. They realized that a speed hump wouldn't work or something like that. And then they made the decision essentially that that area needed a stop sign. So I'm appreciative because I didn't even come back to council. So that ups the number of stop signs in my district to like 15 since I got in. I'm very proud of that. It's a dense residential district. Also, I'm tentatively going to put my community meeting now that I'm back at April 26th. That's Wednesday, 6:30 p.m., probably on Zoom. And I will try to get one of these new council members to come and speak and share their vision. And then the next time I'll try to get the other one. Haven't got to invite them yet. And then we'll just cover things like why is the settlement of the waterfront litigation important to people in North Redondo? And a lot of the other things that have transpired here in the last couple of months. So with that, thank you for all being here.
All right, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just want to announce that I am going to have my first community meeting tomorrow, Wednesday, April 19th, from 6 p.m. to 7 at the Redondo Beach Performing Arts Center. And I hope to see everybody there.
All right, thank you. I've got a couple things here real quick. I have an online community meeting I'm going to have on April 26th, which is coming up, what is that, a week and a day from now, Wednesday, the 26th at 6:30 at night, 6:30 to 8:30 via Zoom. And invitations will go out on that. I'll be on my website as well. So if you want to sign up and join up, we'll also be streaming that live on Facebook. And I want to thank, for quick action, our Public Works for repaving Avenue I. I should have downloaded the pictures and I'll show them pictures next time. Avenue I is nicely repaved. It was full of potholes and sand because the potholes are so deep, and lack of striping. And we got some other improvements, pedestrian safety enhancements. So really big thank you. They did all the repaving in 3 days. Now they're doing the striping and the concrete work. It looks absolutely beautiful, magnificent. I was at the Riviera bid meeting this morning. They were very thankful and happy. And I want to say that we worked with our partners, the bid down there to, we took out the 2 garden outdoor dining parklets and we are replacing them. We are paid for the hardware and they paying for the labor, they being the bid, paying for the labor. To put those back in. So those 2 businesses there will resume outdoor dining. And yes, we are looking forward to permanentizing outdoor dining in the Riviera Village. And that will be going forward, unlike other cities. I'm not sure what they're thinking. So with all that said and done, going over to the approval of order of agenda. I have a couple of changes I'd like to do. I'd like to move up items N6 and P1. I'd like to do items, I'd like to make a motion to do items N1 and then N6 and then P1 and then do the rest of the agenda in that order. Is that?
Could you
N1, N6, and then P1?
Yeah, N1 is is a charter review, and then N6 is the legal services agreement with Colantuno, and then P1 is the design contest flag.
That's fine.
You want to?
I'll second that, subject to your agreement not to mention Mr. West.
Yeah, Mr. Barrett, Councilman Barrett?
In that order, N1 and
N1, N6. I mean, he's got his tie. How can you not mention that? He's blushing now like his tie is.
P1 at the end or at the beginning?
P1 after N6.
And then N2, right?
And then
the rest.
And then N2 and the 3 and the rest of those in order. That work for you, everyone? That way we kind of get everything done and important ones.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No? Okay. All right. So that brings us to, we don't have agency recess blue folder items. We have a lot of blue folder items tonight, correct?
Yes. Okay, so we have J1, public participation on non-agenda items, public communications. For N5, which is related to programs and grant funding for expansion of electric vehicle charges, we have public communication. N6, legal service agreements for Colantino, Highsmith, and Watley and PC agreement for the legal services. P1, which is the proposed process to design and fabricate a pride flag, public communications. And we also have N2, which is the fiscal year 2022-2023 mid-year budget review, revised staff report, and exhibits. That's it. Thank you.
Okay, is there a motion to receive those to the,
So moved.
thank you.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, consent calendar. Tonight we've got 14 items on the consent calendar. You guys can come down and speak to any single one of them. Council members can pull any single one of them. And I don't think I have any cards for them. Regardless, Councilmember Lowenstein.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Jurovich.
I'm going to pull H3.
Had perfect earlier. All right, H3 you said? All right. Councilmember Obaji.
No, thank you.
And Councilmember Barrett.
H3 as well.
Okay. So can I get a motion
Motion
to?
to approve all but H3.
Second.
Okay. Any members of the public want to come down and speak to any of the H consent calendar items? Going once? Going twice? Anyone on Zoom?
Okay, let's see here. Hold on a second. If no one's raised their hand on Zoom, and we have one for H3, one e-comment for H3.
Any comment for H3? Okay. All right. No one else? Last call? All right. Motion on the floor with a second. Approve everything except for H3. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed? Anything to read?
So H8, adopted by 4/5 vote and title only, resolution number CC-2304-038, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a fiscal year 2022-2023 budget modification to appropriate $915,000 to the Portofino Way Sewer Pump Station Project, job number 50210, and $700,000 to the Yacht Club Way Sewer Pump Station Project, job number 50260, for the total of $1,615,000 for the City Waterways Fund. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2304-039, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, awarding a contract to Meha Mechanical Company, Inc., a California corporation, in the amount of $7,514,000 for the construction of Portofino Way Sewer Pump Station Project and Yacht Club Way Sewer Pump Station Project numbers 50210 and 50260. We have one more, and 13. And H13, adopt by 4/5 vote and title only, resolution number CC-2304-040, a resolution of City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, authorizing a 2022-2023 fiscal year budget modification to appropriate $243,944.88 in available Federal Transit Administration 5307 funds to the other governmental grants fund and $60,986.22 in available Proposition A local return transportation funds to the transit funds. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. All right. This brings us to non-agenda items.
No,
Oh,
H3.
sorry. Thank you. Yeah, H3. H3 was pulled.
Motion to approve H3.
I'll second that. Any comments from you guys? You don't have to?
My other comments, I'll be abstaining. Previously
Okay.
discussed.
My thing isn't on. Oh,
I'll
I'm
be
not even logged
abstaining.
in.
Okay.
Okay. Is there any members of the public that wants to speak to this item? Seeing none. Any Zoom comments?
Nope. And I've mentioned the e-comment for H3.
Yep. And one e-comment for H3. All right. Motion to approve with a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any noes? Any abstentions?
Yes, abstain.
Abstentions.
Abstentions? All right. 302. All right. Nothing to read on that, right?
Nope. Thank you.
Okay. All right. We are on to the public fun times. Public participation on non-agenda items. This is a 30-minute section on the agenda. Each speaker gets 3 minutes to come down and speak to anything that's on the agenda, anything that's not on the agenda. So if you have something to say and it's on the agenda, please reserve that time for one of the following items. Otherwise, you get to come down here. I will be taking orange cards first, then in person, then back to Zoom, then back to in person. So we will not be responding to any of the comments made. We can ask some clarifying questions, but this is not a discussion since it's not on the agenda. So first one up that I've got here is Susan Brilliant. It's 6:41, let's just say 6:42, that's 30 minutes from now.
Good evening. My name is Sue Brilliant, and I'm a resident of District 5. As a volunteer for the Beach Cities Health District, I'd like to just share 3 quick items. First, this week, April 16th through April 22nd, marks National Volunteer Appreciation Week. It's an opportunity to thank and appreciate all volunteers that give their time and talent to making a difference in the lives of others. So for Redondo Beach residents who volunteer their time to making our community healthier and stronger, we applaud you. Second, I'd like to remind everyone that May is Mental Health Awareness Month. The Beach Cities Health District is partnering with the cities, school districts, and chambers of Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, and Redondo Beach on the community-wide campaign, Mental Health is Health. Our message is, mental health is an important part of overall health and well-being. We have mental health and need to take care of it just like we take care of our physical health. Remember that. Prioritize your mental health today and get support for yourself or someone you care about. Check in and take care of your mind and body. Attend an event to learn more about mental health, and you can always visit bchd.org/mental health awareness for the calendar of community events, resources, and healthy living tips. And lastly, I participated in a Power of Purpose workshop last Saturday, sponsored by the district. In the 24/7 world we live in today, there's a new hunger for meaning and for discovering what matters. This workshop helped interested community members on that journey by offering an antidote to the busyness and emptiness that sometimes hits us in life. With about 100 other community members, I explored my gifts, passions, and abilities to figure out how to put them to good use. 8 other volunteer organizations also participated in a fair after the workshop where attendees could learn more about how they could contribute to our community. The Beach Cities Health District also provides ongoing purpose discussion groups and numerous volunteer opportunities for personal growth and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next up is Sheila Garcia and then Nikki Negretti Mitchell. Are you non-agenda or? Non-agenda. Okay.
Yeah, this is for P1. This is for another one.
Are you going to tell me when to start, or?
There'll be a timer up there in this.
Oh,
when you get
okay.
going.
Oh, good evening, everybody. Welcome, the new council people. And for you that are already here, my name is Sheila Garcia. And I'm speaking on behalf of, I feel that people are being discriminated and marginalized based on the fact that you guys approved to have a flag flown. And so that flag that's being flown,
You're
the,
talking about the flag issue is P1.
no, because that's a different, so let me, it has nothing to, okay. I thought you weren't supposed to, I thought I had freedom to speak, like for 3 minutes. Okay, so that's why I specified with Eleanor for P1 is a separate issue from what I'm talking about.
Okay.
I'm talking about discrimination. I'm talking about the fact that the decision you guys already made, right, was to fly a flag in June, right? Correct me if I'm wrong.
We can't correct it.
Okay. So when you guys did that, Redondo opened the door to any flag from any community organization, both secular and religious. You opened the door to that when you decided that. This constitutional right that is rooted in the First Amendment and the city's obligation to respect it, there was a decision that was just made clear by a decision of 9-0, Shirtlift versus Boston. They wanted to fly a Christian flag. They said no. So I'm bringing it to your attention. We don't like lawsuits. We don't like the city to lose money. And I think you should be on notice that that came across with the Supreme Court. It was a bipartisan decision. And I'm hoping you will, as council people, obey your oaths, know your Constitution, remember your Constitution. I have an American flag here because I'm American. I'm proud to be an American. Many people are proud to be Americans. We are rooted in a Judeo-Christian. That's how we started, Judeo-Christianity. So get back to the roots, get back to what will unify and make us important, which is not marginalizing, discriminating against others. That's it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker, Nikki Negretti Mitchell. After that, Ron Morocco.
Hi, I'm Nikki Negretti Mitchell, District 3, and I'm going to share some of my corporate professional background. I was a cost control manager for a big ad agency, and before that I did business accounting for a top-tier corporate law firm where I worked closely with managing partners. I was also the banking liaison for the firm's multi-million-dollar accounts. I left the corporate world to be a fierce and relentless advocate for my special needs daughter from kindergarten through her freshman year at college. And this should explain my sensibilities and my tendencies. I've been working super hard, full-time, 7 days a week, till 2 a.m., deep diving on this Green Line project for the past 2.5 years, uncovering hidden facts and making discovery after discovery. I keep my finger on that pulse daily. I put reports together and faithfully bring them here. There's so much important info to cram into just 3 minutes, so please ask me clarifying questions because I know it's a lot. I want you to all be thoroughly updated, especially now that public comments are being tabulated and prepared for the Metro Board of Directors. Our team is working on coordinating our outreach to the board members, but we really need for the city to be doing that as well, please. So a couple topics. This first one's, and I put something in the blue folder. It's about mis and disinformation. We all know our neighboring city is in their bubble with outdated misinformation, and we recently started diplomacy efforts, which has good potential. However, recently we're made aware that someone from Redondo, acting as Metro Service Council Chair, seeks to undermine our entire city on behalf of Torrance, knowingly pushing disinformation when he's had access to latest updates. He's aware of the issues, yet chooses to ignore facts in favor of what seems to be some 20-year-old deal between Torrance and Redondo. I've been advised through COG that it is at the crux of this divide on Green Line, and we should get to the bottom of it. It seems to be about use of the transit center. We need to be countering aggressively because he is disseminating disinfo out county-wide, and we can't allow crucial decisions to be made based on mis and disinformation. And secondly, Mayor Butts is trying real hard to get funding from wherever possible to get the much-needed people mover to the stadiums. He presented in COG, and the cold reception was disappointing. 2 years ago, I heard Garcetti in a Metro board meeting rail about how connectivity to SoFi for the Olympics is top priority of any Metro project. And this is where the World Stage talking point was born. It refers to Inglewood, and the other cities just don't get it. To have everyone come from all over the world and get stuck at the airport would be the biggest embarrassment for LA, for California, and for USA, according to former Mayor Garcetti. Lawndale is on board for helping with that, and we should too. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Morocco, come on down. And then after that, no more pink cards or green cards, orange cards, whatever you want to call them.
Council members, it's nice to see a full dais. I was kind of a little surprised last week when I saw only half of a dais, so it's great to see you all up here and participating on site. Creating an opportunity for you, Councilman Barrett, to come visit our museum. I don't know if you've been there recently or ever, but we'd love to have you come there. All of your colleagues have made it over there at some point, so we're hoping to have you come visit us as well. I'm here on behalf of the Historical Commission, encouraging all of you to participate in our city birthday celebration. April 29th is the 131st year that Redondo is the city. I did look at those manholes. And we have an open house going on from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. It's at Dominguez Park in the Heritage Square. We have a presentation by our Mayor Pro Tem, who may or may not know that he's going to be accepting the gift of a 1910 fire hydrant that we received, as well as a history of Riviera Village. And I just found out that we have a Riviera Village Park that they didn't know was down there. And
I have the history for that. I can present that for you.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll have somebody that you can meet that has some history to share with you as well. We do look forward to that, and it's a very interesting park. It's divided between Torrance and Redondo, which is one of two parks I think that are divided up like that. So I would encourage all of you, when you have your community meetings, to add the city birthday on your list for April 29th, a Saturday, from 10 to 3 p.m. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else want to come down and speak with no cards? Anyone else? All right. Zoom comments.
Let's see. Holly Osborne.
Are you hearing me through the phone or through the computer?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
you're
barely.
Yeah, barely.
Let me try again. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
That's perfect.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm talking on the phone. I didn't get any regular sound from you guys. Okay, so good evening. This is Holly Osborne, District 5. 2 years ago, people across the state tried to get enough signatures to put an initiative on the ballot that, if passed, would return control of zoning to the cities and do it by a state constitutional amendment. The group was and is called Our Neighborhood Voices, and their website is ourneighborhoodvoices.com. Returning control to the cities would mean cities did not have to allow lot splitting in single-family neighborhoods. It would mean that cities do not have to allow super multi-story apartment buildings that exceeded height limits. Think Manhattan Beach. It would mean we would not have to let apartment owners convert the apartment garages to ADUs, thus depriving the tenants of their parking. It would mean we could enforce our original 5-foot setbacks for structures on the properties. Signature gathering back then was stopped due to COVID and other concerns, so we did not make the 2022 ballot, but that group is going to try again for the 2024 ballot. The big kickoff meeting is April 27th. Please go to ourneighborhoodvoices.com and hit the yellow RSVP to register for a Zoom meeting at 6:30. April 27th is a Thursday, and the group also has smaller meetings on Wednesdays at 6. But please register. Please listen at least once so you know what this is all about, and tell your friends in other cities across the state. The more people that are informed, the easier time we will have gathering signatures. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, that is it for Zoom, and we have one e-comment, and that's it.
Okay. Anyone else want to come down and speak? Give your 3 minutes time to non-agenda items. Going twice. Going 3 times. All right. That section is now done. All right. Onwards to our next item, item N1, discussion and possible action pertaining to revisions to resolutions for our establishing our city charter advisory committee. So we are amending our resolution that we created back last May, I think it was, and we are updating it. Mr. Webb, is it your item, or is it, this is your item, right?
Sort of falls between. You created one last May. It was amended last June. This is pursuant to 2 council referrals, and they're in their red line to allow them to continue their work, to give them direction to investigate moral turpitude, clarify the definition of residency, look at expanding the minimum required residency to run from 30 days to a year. I believe I'm forgetting something. Look at taking the school board out of the charter. What's not in the red line version was a referral from the council back on April 4th to potentially direct the charter review to explore the Long Beach model, because that referral was only to discuss it, not, specifically to do that. So if you want to put that in, you'll have to amend the resolution. If you want to add anything or, amend anything, you'll have to, this is your opportunity to amend the resolution. And then finally, I just brought one thing to make you aware of it. So the member from District 5 and the alternate from District 5, because of timing, wish to switch roles. And the alternate is willing and able to show up at the meetings. The member is less able to show. But under the council resolution, there isn't a way for them to voluntarily do that, or even for the council member from that district to. What the council ultimately decided on was a member shall be reviewed if they miss 2 consecutive meetings without being excused, or without cause, they can be removed by a 4/5 of the council. If you want to allow them somehow to switch or leave that up to the approval, with the approval of the council member or from the district or the mayor, it's up to you. But just right now, there's not a resolution within your current, there's not a way to handle it within your current resolution.
With that, right, but we can amend that right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying,
So-
you can amend it in any way you want. I'm just pointing out, because I'm aware of it, because it has come up in the charter review committee, that's something you may want to consider.
Okay, I'll just start off with saying that I don't think we should be putting too much detail in this resolution as to what exactly they should be doing. The Charter Review Commission, let them go down the path that they go down. It's what they've done really well. And look at all the different models for the city attorney as they've been doing. And then I have a quick question on the actually an administrative business portion. It's left on the resolution. What is the administrative business? I know, is that for you? Is that for our city manager?
I took out, well, it's for him. I took out the specific things that they already dealt with.
Right.
I didn't know if there was any other administrative business. If you don't think there is, then take that out. But it was unclear to me if that encompassed other things.
Sorry about that, Mike.
No, it's okay.
Mr. Rosansky, so what is the administrative business item?
Yeah, I would say we've cleared it all. It's all the changes that were approved by voters in our past election have covered the major issues. There are no outstanding public works or procurement limitation concerns in the charter. We identified most of them. The Charter Review Committee did a lot of great work getting through all that. So from my point of view, internally, no additions needed.
Okay. And when it comes to the switching of the 2 members, I think it's up to the council member. You can make that determination. I don't know if you necessarily need to put that. You do need to put that in the resolution. Yeah.
Also,
could we put a clause? Sorry, 1 sec. Could we put a clause in here rather than putting that specific item that a council member may switch their person instead of naming the individuals?
You can just know that could have an impact if a council member decides they don't want to keep them. Currently, a council members from 5 and 3, for example, can't just kick people off the committee. They could if you put that in there. So it's up to you to decide what you want to do.
Okay. Councilmember Baji.
So my question was well, I agree with the sentiments that you just expressed. Since the beginning, this has been interpreted super literally from our direction and then kind of put down into paper and reduced. And then, these charter committee members thought that they had to get us stuff at a certain deadline and they could only consider certain stuff. So I would like to broaden it up. I just pulled it up. I agree with analyzing the proposal by Councilmember Barrett as well as anything else they want to consider for a split city attorney and city prosecutor position, city attorney, or I guess civil attorney being appointed and prosecutor being elected. I also think that in light of, and I've Brown acted with Mr. Narenheim, the Mayor Pro Tem, for about 5 minutes before this meeting, but I've also talked to the mayor extensively about this subject, and I see compelling reasons for putting restraints on the on the Charter Review Committee, and also compelling reasons for not doing so. That's advanced by you, Mayor Pro Tem, but I think I got to go with the mayor here, and I'd ask to include in here that when they come back for with any proposal for any change to the city attorney position, that they suggest it for the 20, hold on, I had this written out somewhere.
2026?
They suggest it for the 2026 election to take effect in 2029. Is that right? That basically after the next city attorney will have served a full term?
They'll have served a full term. And
Right.
so it will.
Take effect April 2029.
Yes, correct.
Okay. So
Can I just ask one thing? And it's okay either way, but Councilman Barrett's motion was to discuss the Long Beach model, and they're both elected. I think I just heard you say an appointed city attorney.
Sure. So all options.
So all options. That's fine. And all options.
Everything they can think of.
Everything
Anything any other government is doing that
That's
could make
fine.
our government more efficient,
I
more
just wanted to
responsive to the
clarify. I
residents.
didn't want to argue.
Okay.
It just, and it's 2026 effective, election 2026 effective 2029. Is that what, okay.
That would be my, as to the, any changes to the city attorney position, that would be my objective in the resolution. And obviously, I'm open to whatever method we want, whether to give them the flexibility to alternate every month or appoint, change who the alternate is versus the delegate. And frankly, I'd like to hear from these two new council members, whether they feel like they need to make any changes as to who's delegated and if they feel like they need any additional rights to make changes. But those are my comments, and I can make a motion later if necessary. That's
All
all.
right,
Thanks.
I'll just respond to that because you and I talked about that real quick. I'll let everyone know the basis of the conversation. It's I don't want this committee to be spinning their wheels. I want them to be doing their work with all the tools that they need to be able to move forward, and whatever they come up with, whatever it is, make that recommendation to us, and then we see where we land on that issue. That is, to me, I want to empower the committee and the residents doing the work there, and we're not, we're taking their advice and their time to heart, because you can't get time back. You can get money back, but you can't get time back. So, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you.
Actually, can I respond to that? Though,
Yeah, absolutely.
Since that was,
You're still
so I think your points are entirely valid, actually. And that I was weighing that with concerns that if our city attorney or elected city attorney felt like his position was under threat, his ability to, essentially endorse another strong city attorney to succeed him was under threat by us. Some members of the public have said that we're engaging in a power grab, which is total hogwash, by the way, Dr. Lesser. But in any event, that's why I want to, on the front end, push this out so far that nobody thinks that this has anything to do with our existing city attorney or any sort of power. We'll all be gone by then. So that's why I thought that was important.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, a couple things. One is, just for clarification for the public, Mr. Barrett's suggestion that we look at the Long Beach model, which separates out the typical responsibilities of the city attorney from the prosecutor, elected prosecutor, correct? So I want everybody to know that. The second thing is, I would agree with you, Mr. Obaji, about the election having being conducted, if possible, in November 2026. The issue is for the public that if the election is conducted early November of 2024, votes are counted, certification happens, right, Ms. Manzano, that we may not know in time for if the measure fails and somebody would run, they may not have more than a week to declare, think about it, and declare to run a campaign. And that's a very compressed timeframe.
Correct. So the election's on November 5th, and since it's a presidential election, we will probably not receive the certificate from the county a month from then. So that would be December 5th. Nominations have already started November 11th, and it closes December 6th.
Even if the current city attorney, if it's the same rule that if the incumbent does not declare it's an extra week, it's still not a lot of time.
5 days, which is
Extra 5 days, a work week, right.
So really, you don't have that much.
So that's the reasoning behind it for 2026 versus 2024. The other thing is whoever would be elected, if the measure passes, would know they'd have at least a full term to complete as a city attorney. One last thing, and I'm not sure it needs to be mentioned in the resolution, there will be a vacancy. Mr. Solomon, who is our city treasurer, will, I guess, recuse himself now and step down from the Charter Review Committee. I don't know if that I don't think that needs to be in the resolution. It just needs to be named at a future meeting, correct?
Yeah, and just needs to be named by the council member from that district.
Which is my district.
So I don't know that he's turned in an official resignation, but he said his goodbyes at the last meeting and everyone bid him farewell. So I think that will suffice.
Okay.
You got somebody in mind?
I do, but I don't want to discuss it publicly. So, yeah. And then I don't know, I know we have a school board member here. I don't know if Mr. Strutzenberg would like to speak to it, if I might call him, if that's okay. He's also happens to be on the Charter Review Committee as well, too, about removing the school district from city charter in terms of elections. I'd like to know what your thoughts are on it. Have you talked to your colleagues, any of your colleagues, one of your colleagues?
As a school board member, I brought it up and asked it to be placed on a future agenda. And that's what we had discussed at the Charter Review Committee as well, that we wanted to get the input from the current school board, including the new school board, because we just had one recent change.
Right.
So whether or not, when that'll actually be on a future agenda, I haven't seen yet.
Okay.
I don't set that, but it has been requested to get that input and discussion from the current school board that the Charter Review Committee could accumulate that information and include it in their discussions. There is, for me, anecdotal references that the past school board, when the city had fought to keep the March election, school board had requested to be taken out of the March election cycle. I wasn't there for that. Mr. Webb may have more information on that, but so there is a pass, but that's not the current school board.
Okay.
So we'd like to get the definitive input from the current school board. The positions may have changed, they may be different, we don't know. But to get that from the school board and then incorporate that into the Charter Review Committee discussions.
So the school board, in between your times, when SB 415 was passed, requested officially that the county move them to, I think, the June election. They thought it would be better suit them up for changes. When the city council authorized us to sue on SB 415,
right,
we were able to persuade the county we didn't want a lawsuit between the school district and us and the county, and so they put it on hold, and then we prevailed, they stopped. Whether they want to move it, it can either be because you remove them from the charter, or it could be you leave them in the charter and then change the election date and change the method of paying it. So there are two different ways to accomplish that goal.
Well, I have, I guess, I have two questions to follow up with that. One would be if it's removed from the charter, does that mean that term limits could also be removed as well, too?
Whether it's left in or out, it can, term limits can change. So either the charter could be amended to extend or eliminate term limits. You can figure out whether that's probable, but also taking them out of the charter means the voters lose all control over the school board. And I would think that would maybe be even less likely to pass than going from 2 to 3 term limits. So that's something you're all going to have to consider. But once you know what you want to accomplish, you can decide whether it's better to accomplish it by changing the charter or eliminating the school board from the charter.
Well, and also the question of whether or not they do it by district versus at large.
And that becomes impacted by a lawsuit that, a
leave it at
lawsuit.
that.
Yeah, so a lawsuit and whether that's impacted by the charter could be important too. You may have more protection if it's included in the charter than it's taken out.
Okay.
Yeah, and those are two of the key considerations.
Right.
One, the Ed Code, from my understanding, does allow that term limits could be added by the school board, but it does need to be by a vote of the people, again. So when it's removed from the charter, it could potentially concurrently go on the same ballot that should this happen, that it would be.
Then we'd have another.
Should the school district have
another measure
term limits, continue the term limits as the school district outside of the charter?
Could it be concurrently done? I think is what he's asking is.
No, how would you have authority over the school district if they're taken out of the charter? You wouldn't.
They'd have to conduct a new election
But
to do.
But I don't know who
the school district would put it on the ballot.
So they could, but I'm just saying there are no term limits under state law, and I don't, well, anyway, so I'm not advising the school board, so I can't.
They have their own.
There are different ways to accomplish whatever your policy goal is, but you need to know what the policy goal is before you discuss the most advantageous method.
It is correct that if the term limits are taken out of the charter for school board, they would go away until they are put back in by a vote of the people under Ed Code by the school district. And that is what happens when school districts want to do that. Under straight base Ed Code, there is not a term limit, is my understanding.
If your question is they're simultaneous, no, because the school district wouldn't be able to run an election when they're still part of the charter.
Right.
They'd have to be removed. You'd have the same sort of timing issue.
Anyway, I
and
think
so
we're
you
getting
have to
into the
decide.
weeds.
You have to decide what you want to do.
There are
and
ways
then
to
we
do it
can
because school
decide.
districts do this.
Okay.
So
Anyway, that'll be something to discuss by the review committee, and thank you, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I did have a question about the charter committee member and the alternate for District 5, and I don't know if that would be a question for either our city manager, Mike Wazanski, or for city attorney, Mike Webb, but I'd like to speak to and hear more about the status of that from one or both of you.
Well, I attend all the meetings, so probably me. It came up at a meeting that, and I think it was, and you have two charter review committees, so I'm sure you can call them up to correct me, but it came up at a meeting that member Wonderly was busier now and didn't have as much time to attend the meetings regularly. And alternate Ms. Tavares was available. There was a subcommittee that the committee appointed committee member Morocco as an attorney, and then either the member or the alternate from District 5, because Ms. Wonderly wasn't at the meeting, member Wonderly wasn't at the meeting, and he wasn't able to get a hold of member Wonderly, and so that discussion came up. So I think they're both they both agree that it would be better to change them. We just don't have a method under the current resolution in place.
Thank you for that. Has the member appointed by District 5 resigned?
No.
Has the member from District 5 missed 2 or more meetings?
Yes, but I don't know if they've been excused, and I know there are other members that have missed 2 consecutive meetings or not. I don't know if they've been. No,
there's no 2 consecutive except for Wonderly, but she sent me an email saying that she wanted it to do a trade, so that's where it stood at.
All right, but as of now, those absences have not been excused?
I don't know, I'm not.
Not for Wonderly.
Okay, and then under the resolution as currently written for the Charter Review Committee, it does say
shall be removed, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So how do we
I think what has typically happened with your committees is the clerk puts them on before you for, and I don't know that this happened yet, and I know as usually the council does it retroactively and excuses them. I don't know if it's coming in the near future or not. I leave that to all of you. I know that Mayor Pro Tem Nierenheim started paying more attention to the routine absences, or like showing more attention than traditionally had been done by the council. So the council started getting regular reports. I don't know if Member Wonderly knew if there was anything further she needed to do to get it before the council. So, the appropriate thing would probably be to have the clerk put it on for your May 2nd meeting and see if the council is willing to excuse her. If not, then if there aren't 3 votes to excuse her, then she's removed. Or if you have 4 votes, then you can remove any committee member without cause.
Yeah, because I do want to be respectful and sensitive to the request of the member to, as I think you should step back. We have a process in place to address that. I think we should show that respect by following the process and go from there.
Okay. So the clerk, I assume, will be putting that request on the May 2nd meeting?
Sure.
And am I correct? Yeah, I'm sorry, please,
You
Mayor.
need to be part of the motion that you passed.
I think the clerk will do that
Just
anyways.
automatically?
Well, we need to start because that hasn't been happening from the committee members. So,
No, we've been putting all the
Oh,
absences
okay.
on the
Okay.
excused absence.
So-
It's just hers I didn't, because I didn't know what to do with it, because she said she wanted to switch.
Didn't ask
and
for
I-
she didn't ask for an excuse.
No,
There you go.
She just
There's the
said-
answer.
yeah, she just wanted to switch. That's all.
So just make that part of your motion to referral to the city clerk.
All right. And then just a question, if the member does resign or is removed, then the alternate becomes the member?
Yep.
And a new alternate shall be appointed by the respective appointing council member?
Yep, that's you.
Should that be included in that? I think that
That'd
would
be at that meeting.
That would be
Yeah.
at that meeting?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you, Mr. City Attorney, please, and our clerk.
We still have to figure out the mechanism by which the members.
Well, I think
don't have to.
he's saying, let's follow the process and then we can figure out if it needs to be amended.
Yeah, it doesn't need to be because she's going to be stepping off. You will need to, though.
I will need to name.
And we'll have it at the same meeting.
Yeah.
Let's make that part of the motion. All right, members of the public, I don't have any cards, I don't think.
I have one.
You have one? Thank you. All right, Dr. Andrew Lesser.
Okay. Good evening, Andy Lesser. First, I want to apologize because I guess a couple of you may be termed out. So I don't think there's a personal, self-serving interest by anyone on this council for a power grab.
Thank you for that.
Sorry.
That's fine.
No offense taken, no
But
worries. I've heard much worse. Much worse has been done to me.
Okay. Yeah, I feel badly, but I mean, I still think it opens the door for even if it's not so much a power grab, but just the ability, as your own consultant said, for a future city council to tell the city attorney that they appoint, I think we want to go a different way. We don't like your advice, so you're out of here. You're gone. So, I'm not the biggest fan of change. I mean, I held on to a flip phone a long time, and it was really easy to call police dispatch with one press of a button. It's really hard with a smartphone. It's not so smart. But,
Takes offense to that.
I was just wondering if I am being compared to a flip phone.
No. I have a nice iPhone now. Had it for several months, almost a year. But, the point is, some change is good and some change opens unintended consequences. So, as I stated the last time I was here, everything works pretty well. It's not broke. Don't fix it. I mean, we just moved our nonprofit's website to a different host server because we had to. The web host company went out of business. And we have been, and I'm not a programmer, but I've jumped in and reprogrammed a lot of stuff, and glitches keep coming up. And phone numbers are missing on applications. And there's unintended consequences. So I don't think we should change it to an appointed position. Now, as far as the Long Beach model, I just want to say that I have worked with our current city attorney, our current city prosecutor, past city prosecutors, and everything that I've needed to accomplish or for the city or for my own neighborhood, it just works. I mean, I discovered last week there's huge graffiti. I don't know if I want to say the address because it might invite more. But I mean, it looks like South Central, this one property. I mean, and I know South Central is an old terminology, but an old nomenclature. But I mean, it looks really bad. And I emailed Todd, I texted Todd the photos over the weekend. He was out of town. And then this morning, because I was getting a new fridge yesterday, I emailed everybody, and I got responses already from Norma in code enforcement and Joy, who's our quality of life prosecutor. So everything works well right now. Don't fix it. It's not broken. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next up, free for all. Come on down.
Ron Morocco, Charter Committee member. I want to address the Councilman Obaji's comment about putting in language deferring it to the 2026 election. As a member that's going to these meetings, I would like our business to be done in a timely manner, and we will make our recommendations, and it's up to the council to decide the timing of it ultimately. So I would encourage you not to include language about timing and everything. We need to do our work. We need to come back to the council timely and finish it up. Second, again, my opportunity to introduce myself to you. I encouraged you to talk to Ms. Wonderly before you take any action on it. She was a valuable member of the committee. The gender neutral language that was in the charter was a lot of her work product. So I would encourage you. I'm excited to have Ms. Tavares in there also, because when it comes to the city attorney language, she actually is a very knowledgeable attorney on the subject. So I would encourage you to reach out to Ms. Wonderly. Again, she's made some valuable contributions to the committee already, and it's nice to have an attorney always sitting in that District 5 seat. And then Councilman Lowenstein, we've had Councilman Ehrenheim join us once for a charter committee thing. You bring up a lot of points, and it feels like we would have a very robust discussion at the Charter Review Committee if you came and shared those same thoughts. You being a former school board person would also add a different perspective to it as well. So I wanted to thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening to everybody. Georgette Gantner, District 3. Again, I think I asked this question prior, but as far as the Charter Review Advisory Committee, if there is a possibility at all that I can participate, I'd really like to. So I don't know what the procedure is. I think it's per district, I guess you're indicating that, but is it possible? Is it full? I mean, what is the status?
So once a month they meet. You can come on down, give your public comment, send them emails.
They meet here?
Right here.
Okay.
Right. 6:30, 7 o'clock at night, right in there. 7 o'clock at night, right? End of the month, last Thursday of the month.
Next Thursday.
Next Thursday.
Okay.
There is an open choice for your district, but your Councilmember Lowenstein here is a decider who will be going into that spot.
Okay. So it doesn't, it's not limited to a certain amount of people?
No, there is one open spot because the now city treasurer, who was on the charter, stepped down because he's now the elected city treasurer.
Okay.
He's District 2, and the council member from District 2 gets to appoint his replacement.
Oh,
So
it's
when
already,
there's a vacancy in District 3.
Yeah.
oh, okay.
But
She's in District 2.
I'm in 2.
You said 3, yeah.
But
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah, I'm in District 2, yes.
yeah, we got you. We know you.
Yeah, you know, I know.
But it doesn't. Not getting on the committee committee does not, prevent you from giving your 2 cents or your 3 minutes at that.
Okay, all right, thank you.
All right, anyone else wants to come down?
I'll just follow up real quick on a couple of other things that we didn't talk about before. Rolf Strutzenberg, speaking as the chair of the Charter Review Committee. The other agenda items that have been added, they're all fine. We've already done a bulk of the discussion about moral turpitude and the 30 days residency limit and defining residency. We haven't come to a hard conclusion on that, but that's all good. The swap is really pretty straightforward. It's just a matter of if the current member resigns, you appoint the alternate becomes the member, and then you appoint a new alternate. And that could be who was the previous primary member. Nothing prevents that. Straightforward. Don't have to add any more language. It's very simple if that's the direction. The other thing I would say is, we've got a lot of things on our agenda. We've added a few, then some have come from you that we already have placed for future agendas. I would say give us a target date on some of this. So get a date to report back. I think it's still in there. We report every 2 months, which it's no longer in there. Okay, that was originally I thought was in there. But
Originally it was every month, and then it became, when it was amended, became report by, I think, the first meeting in November.
So when you give a committee no timeline, they'll tend to use up a lot of time. So I would take a decent deadline.
So keep that in mind. We have, I think it's a good point. We have the ability, and every city has the ability to run a special election, one per year, maximum one per year. So you get through your recommendations, and when they're ready to go, get them back to the council so we can have them ready to go for a special election if we have to call one for anything.
Okay. And I can certainly push the committee to do that. And as chair, I'm the one that put together the summaries last time with the help of Mr. Solomon. We'll have somebody else this time. But those were just some straightforward considerations of overall. The discussions have been great. Yes, sir.
What deadline would you like us to put on the committee to come back with all items? Since you're the chair and you're intimately.
I would say to have the next report in November is a decent time frame again. Meeting only once a month, it does take time. It's not like city council where you're 3 times a month, you can make things happen quickly. So sometime this fall, before the end of the year, definitely. And let us request to amend that if we need to. But I'd say give us a little nudge to put things together and have it before you again. And you can always refer it back, like you did last time with the city attorney. We brought you a 6-1 decision on the city attorney. You sent it back, said, give us a little more information on that. That's no problem.
And nothing prevents you from sending us an email to all city council members and mayor.
Nothing prevents that. Okay, but those are the simple points. Other than that, it's been an enjoyable experience. I think it's going well. Appreciate everything.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And you've been successful, right? All 5.
You're 100%.
100%. Batting 1,000.
Great for the city.
And you know what? To your point, to that point, and honestly, God, shouldn't say that tonight, but yes, it's you guys deserve the credit for that. You are the committee that talked through the changes, the charter changes thoroughly. A lot of aggravating hours. I watched them in excruciating detail. Thought of all the different permutations of the decisions that were moving forward.
Sometimes reliving how city council was 30 years ago.
Right. For a period of time. I mean, you guys really do truly deserve the credit for that because you're the ones that made the recommendations. You're the ones that came up and said, staff made recommendations. And as Mr. Webb always says, hey, they make recommendations, he makes recommendations, but you guys are the decision makers. And we took those recommendations 100%. And it passed 100%. So thank you to the committee members. You guys did a great work.
We appreciate that. I will pass that on to the committee. And it was absolutely a team effort. Without staff, we could not have done it. The meetings with Mr. Wazansky and his staff that helped put things together. Mr. Webb makes some great suggestions on how to really bring closure to some things that we had been not quite sure on. And it's been absolutely a team effort.
Yeah.
So, but yes, I was very happy to see the success. Unprecedented.
Great to see Redondo growing and fixing problems we didn't know we had.
Thank you.
So, all right, next up, anyone else will come down?
Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to make sure that, so for the city clerk or for the city treasurer, the August 2024 is when we would put it on for the November election for 2024. Has to be on the November election.
Oh, any changes for those?
for those two, and then,
Right, because they're in a different cycle.
correct. Just wanted to
So,
make that clear.
And you'd
yeah.
want to avoid the same problem that you're in now. So that could be a hard deadline. The only hard deadline is anything for the clerk and treasurer to the council, July or August of next year.
Right, but we're going to tell them to come back hopefully by November.
By November.
Right,
But
yeah.
just in no circumstances less than.
And just so everyone knows, there's qualifications for the city clerk's office, government accounting, qualifications for the city attorney's office, 5 years of minimum of practicing law, and for the city treasurer's position, registered to vote and live in the city for 30 days. You can be a high school dropout and manage $115 million worth of assets and win. It's not a joke, quite honestly. All right. Anyone else want to come down and speak? Anyone else? Anyone on Zoom?
I have no one on Zoom, and double check here. And no e-comments.
Okay. Councilmember Barron, I don't think your hand went down. Obaji, did your hands go up again? Or?
No, my hand did go
Oh,
up.
all right, go for it.
So, Dr. Lester, thank you for your comments, but I wanted to respond to, if you could light me up at 2B, Madam, I'd appreciate it. In addition to emailing qualityoflife@redondo.org, you can report graffiti by calling this number, 310-318-0685. If you call graffiti, they'll document it, they send a report to the police department, and then the police department essentially match up with what gang is this affiliated with, and that's how they end up ultimately catching these folks. And that it helps them determine, where it is they should set up cameras if it persists to be a problem and the like. I will say that this whole idea of a city attorney getting fired by a city council because they don't agree with their assessment is really a red herring. The last two trials I've had, this last one I did in Reading, the last one I did before that in San Diego, are both based on Labor Code 1102.5, which expressly prohibits any employer from retaliating against an employee who discloses a violation or noncompliance with the law. And that's pretty much what the city attorney is doing all the time, is saying, don't do this, it'd be a violation of the law. Do this, that's compliant with the law and the like. And it doesn't matter under Labor Code 1102.5, it doesn't matter whether it's part of their duties to ensure legal compliance. So it would be unlawful for a city council to retaliate against a city attorney for giving legal advice. And look, I don't want to get into the whole debate right now, but there are reasons when you don't have a seasoned city attorney like Mr. Webb, a fresh person who's fresh off the prosecution, you're working at the DA office, where that person, when they've just worked exclusively in criminal law, isn't going to be adept because they're popular, right? They're running as like, I prosecuted gang human traffickers. They're going to get elected in a heartbeat, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be able to handle our waterfront litigation, our Leo litigation, our takings litigations, and so on and so forth. That's a whole different ball of wax. That a criminal law practitioner is just not going to be adept straight off the bat handling and managing law firms handling that for the city. So with that, I don't know if you want to make the motion, but make the motion to amend this. I'll move to amend this resolution to call for the City Charter Commission to come back with its recommendations by November of this year, but not to disband them at that time. Leave them open and operating, and they'll get further direction from us if there's further direction for us to give at that time. Any changes to the city attorney position, just to let them know that the city council would likely, if we adopt them, would put it on the ballot in the general election in 2026 to take effect in April 1st, 2029. Because the city attorney is going to be elected again in 2025, or a city attorney is going to be elected again in 2025. And that we include that direction, that discussion of replacement or replacement member for District 2 come back in May, as well as any discussion of what should happen with the prime member for District 5. Come back in May for a decision. Is there anything else I missed, folks? And then the city clerk will stay on, what's the calendar that city clerk and treasurer will be on?
2024.
the 2024 general election. So we need any, well, yeah, I already asked them to come back by November.
Statewide election.
And then did you want or not you're including all forms of the
Right,
city
all-
attorney,
yeah, I
including
thought
the
that was
Long
clear,
Beach
but
model?
all
Okay.
forms, all potential forms of city attorney, city prosecutor, city lead attorney, civil attorney, whatever it may be it both elected, neither elected, one appointed, have them discuss all of it and come up with the best solution, their recommendation for the best solution for our city.
Which by definition would include the Long Beach model.
Right, which includes the Long Beach, we're being inclusive, right? We want to welcome, yeah. So.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
All right.
And I just, point of clarification, what's part of this motion would encompass taking steps as needed in May to address the charter committee member and alternate situation.
Agendizing the discussion.
Okay, thank you.
That's for the May. We have a May.
May.
Yeah.
May meeting.
Yeah, the only thing I'm not comfortable with that motion is putting the timeline on there for the date going forward. We don't even know what, we're thinking they're going to come with an answer or to a change for the position. So looking at what they said last time, I'm not even sure they're going to have a change, so.
I was just going to say, the reason you do that is just to remind them of that possibility, but not railroad them into it. They can come back with their recommendations on their timeline. And this is just.
My specific phrasing was any change to the city attorney position. That doesn't actually mean that there would be a change. So any recommended change that they decide. All right, we have a vote.
Direction for the clerk's and treasurer's office that's going to be included. We already have that in here.
Yeah.
We had to remove the administrative business items.
We can. I mean, they've addressed it, but.
We addressed them, right?
Yeah.
And they can self-agendize if they need to add anything else.
Right, it already says including but not limited. Yeah.
Yep.
I cited it.
Yeah, any other public comment after the motion is made? You on Zoom? Last minute?
No Zoom and no e-comments for the record.
Okay. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to say no. I don't want to put turn them into GPAC. So that's it. All right.
4-1.
4-1, it passes. All right, nothing to read on that. Items,
Who said no?
I did.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Items N6. Items N6. So this is directly related. The reason I moved this up is to move this forward because we just had this discussion for the City Charter Commission. This is the legal services with Colantuno, Highsmith, and Watley for the to the city attorney's approved law firm list for amendments to what could or could not be for something that's going to happen in 6 years. 6 years now?
Right. So,
May happen in 6 years from now.
so that leads to the point you may not want to spend the money to do that
Right.
now. If you're still interested, it's consistent with the discussion last time, other than, as I mentioned in the report, the city clerk informed me that she intends to oppose any recommendation that removes the choice of an elected city attorney, makes it appointed. So I had to modify the direction that Mr. Colantuno will advise whoever the city clerk's designee is within her office in preparing the impartial analysis and defending the impartial analysis.
Okay.
Other than that, but you may not want to do
So,
it because spend the money now because
yeah.
it's not going to go on.
So first of all, I like how this admin report was updated to include that we've gotten legal services from Mr. Colantuno since 2008 himself. I went to the website. I appreciate the copy and paste on the website in there. It's good.
Yep.
Saves time. Money's time, like I said. And I'll just say, I mean, the reason I've just voted no, as everyone knows, is like now we have this contract here. It's going to be sitting out there. Another hired external firm for $375.
$95.
$395, not $400, $395. per hour. And I mean, do we need this now? I personally don't think we need this now. So I'll be voting. He's a great, I want to make sure everyone understands, Mr. Colantuno is an extremely well qualified. I did my background research on him. I know exactly who he is, where he came from, the work he's done. I asked a lot of other city attorneys. When I say other city attorneys, I mean from across the LA County region. And he's well known. He's a great guy, but we just don't need these services right now if we're not going to implement any of these changes until 2029 or at the vote until 2026.
Nor am I recommending it, given the vote you just had. And there's a reason why I bought Mr. Colantuno in. Now, if I knew he couldn't remember my name, I might have brought in a less qualified one. No, just joking. But it doesn't make sense to add it at this point in time, given the vote that just took place.
I mean, we do need the impartiality of what this guy offers, this lawyer offers. So, Mr. Abaji, hand is up.
Yeah, I just think, we don't need him right now, but do we really want to spend time on another agendized item and have that whole long discussion and potential debate between you two all over in front of the public when we could just approve this now for engagement, prior to the election day and just have this done and not come back to us?
Hey, it's totally fine with me, but
Question to Mr. Colantuno.
right.
Will he hold those prices?
Well,
probably it doesn't really lock them down.
They always update every year.
That's always a fight. So I think in general, it's probably not worth going forward, given that, but it's your call at this point.
I can, you done?
I would just rather get it done with, get him engaged, and we'll use him when we need him. And otherwise, and he's there rather than deal with this all over again and do a search and blah, blah, blah.
You don't want to take advantage of the one time Councilman Mayor Pro Tem and I are agreeing.
You guys agree on it for different.
Our ties even match. Look at that.
A different reason, and that's what I'm seeing is that you agree on it for different reasons. You think it's just going to fall under the radar, and he thinks you're going to keep it suppressed under the radar, and then it's going to come back, in full fury, and we're going to have to deal with this whole thing all over. So I make a motion to approve as is, and maybe that fails, but for at the time that we need these services, he can render them to the city, whether it's this rate or a slightly elevated one.
I'll second it. And I guess the reason I might go with that is because you guys are actually in agreement, so maybe there's something.
I told you I like your tie today.
You doomed it.
And it's the second time. All right, Councilmember Barron.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I did have a few questions about the blue folder item, which is the proposed engagement agreement for legal services. 3 questions. First, I think it was clear for myself and maybe again today that Mr. Colantuno is a preeminent expert in this area and probably the right choice if we are going to proceed. However, my understanding was that Mr. Colantuno would be doing the work for us, and we would be getting a discounted rate of $395 for Mr. Colantuno's regular rate of $575. The way the proposed engagement letter is written is that the attorney to be doing the work isn't defined as Mr. Colantuno, it's defined as his law firm. The reason I bring that up is someone other than Mr. Colantuno going to be doing this work, and is it going to be a junior associate whose rate may be lower than $395 in the first place? So I just wanted to get.
I believe it's Mr. Colantuno based in his conversations with the city manager. Normally we discuss it. I didn't have the advantage of doing that.
I asked him that specific question, and he said it would be him and only him.
Okay.
And and you appropriately identified this is a discounted rate for Michael, but given the nature of the work and I think his general intrigue with the subject, he was willing to offer it at this price.
Okay, and I'm fine with Mr. Colantuno involving other attorneys in his discretion for certain less important tasks, if you will, that don't require his full effort and attention. I would just ask if we're going to do that we get a discount on those rates as appropriate. And I appreciate what you just said, Mr. City Manager. Do we need to revise this agreement for legal services to specify that attorney is defined as Mr. Colantuno, or do we just roll with what we got?
If you want to, I mean, it's up to you.
Okay.
I think Mr. Colantuno said he's going to do it. And it's not an exhaustive list of legal task to do. He's going to get wording from the Charter Review Committee,
Yeah.
and then he's going to review it, and then he's going to review our charter to see if there are other sections that need to be amended as well to perhaps avoid any internal consistency. He'll help them compose draft ballot language for the council to consider. So I don't think it's like litigation where you'll see in some of our agreements, they'll have either a blended rate and it's lower, but you know that you're going to be getting as many associates as they can get away with without us being dissatisfied and going elsewhere, or we'll have discounted rates at every level from partner to associate. It's just, since I didn't have those communications, but in every communication I did after the fact, he was saying, I'm doing it.
Great. And my apologies to staff for asking these questions at this time. I didn't have an opportunity to review this blue folder item before we came out here tonight.
It was blue folder, so it's just because we didn't get it signed until yesterday.
Okay.
And so we forwarded it, I think this morning or late yesterday.
All right.
So
today.
Yeah.
One other question regarding the scope of services. It goes to Mayor Pro Tem's and Councilmember Obaji's questions and points. Do we need to revise the services to be provided? The way it's written now, it's to review the amendment to the charter proposed by the committee to change the city attorney position from elected by the voters to an appointed position. And now we're talking about, well, maybe it's going to.
Well, I would say no, because I can do that. If it's the only thing I'm trying to avoid is if that's the trigger where I don't want there to be, if I'm as city attorney or in the future just as, a resident, opposing this, I don't want, right now, I don't want them to say, oh, you helped, craft lousy language so that you could attack it. If they're going to propose the Long Beach model, as I said, where you separate the job to address Councilman Obaji's concerns, but they're both elected, then I can do that, and we don't have to pay someone $3.95 an hour. But any change that they propose that does involve removing the voter's choice, that really has to be outside. But I can do all the other things.
Okay, thanks for
that's a
clarifying
long-winded
and
way of saying
reminding.
no. So
All right. Otherwise, Mr. City Attorney, you approve this document as to form?
yes.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Did you want me to make a suggestion or a friendly amendment to the motion so that it includes defining the attorney as Mr. Colantuno?
Sure, let's do that amendment. I don't want to put too much burden on our staff, but that's fine by me.
It's fine. We'll just have to get his signature on that. So.
All right, so amended the motion.
I'll second that. That's fine. I'm okay with that.
I'll agree to this. Yeah. So real quick, as the firm of Colantuno, Highsmith and Watley, as in Grass Valley, California, which is a beautiful little town in Northern California, up off the 80 by Folsom. In fact, you were just there. You probably know exactly where it's at.
I did not see it. I just stayed and ready.
So my point is this, he's doing all this work remotely from Northern California. We're not paying for any travel time or remote. We're only doing for, I see nothing in here remote work, but I want to make sure that we're not paying for travel time or the like, or cost expense associated with travel.
Unless the Charter Review Committee demands that he be present.
In person.
Yeah, so,
asks.
but I don't know that there's a need for that because it's really reviewing the documents, reviewing the charter, and then appearing as he did April 4th with you all via Zoom.
I asked him that specific question, and he said he would travel if that was the need of the council or the Charter Review Committee, but obviously his preference would be to appear remotely.
All right. So the Charter Review Committee can have him if he wants. $3.95 an hour. Come on down. Say hello. All right.
Preferably in a judicious way.
Hold on. This is N6, right? Or,
Yes.
Yeah, I don't have any pink cards. All right. Come on up.
Real quick, Ross Stretzenberg, speaking as the chair of the Charter Review Committee. First of all, I really appreciate Mr. Wozzanski's work on this. He put a lot of time and effort into this and locating this. Second quick question is I haven't seen the blue folder. What's the sunset date on the agreement?
There is no sunset.
Oh, so it's just
until terminated.
But it's a very limited services provided, so.
Okay, but there's not a 6-month or an actual sunset to it. Okay.
Because I don't know when you are going to end your term, so.
Understood. Now, as a committee, we may demand that we go there to visit him. But that's up for the further discussion. Thank you.
Understand the writing. All right, anyone else want to come down? Come on, you got to do it. You're here.
Here, I'll be here tomorrow too. $395 an hour is a pretty good rate, having seen people in the community. We as a group, as a charter group, already has said that we want an appointed person. So we've been discussing what we jokingly call modalities on it. I'm the lone person who dissented against having the person being appointed, but I think we're at the point that we would like to be able to finish up what we're doing on and finish the discussion. So I would encourage you to bring on this attorney, get him at a rate that's may change, by the end of the year to a much higher number. And let's just finish what we're working on.
Thank you, Mr. Rocco.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else want to come down and speak?
Hi, my name is Kevin Keene. I'm a student of Redondo Union High School. I just didn't know if I was going to get another opportunity. I'm doing a AP government project, and I have like a sign, like a sheet for someone to sign. I was wondering if I could hand it out to anybody. Thank you.
Right there. I think it goes in the minutes.
I didn't want to I didn't know what the last opportunity was.
Sir,
next time,
Absolutely. Thank you for coming down.
Do you want
You're not going to leave right now, though. Don't sign that yet. Hold on. You're not going to leave right now. We're just getting going.
I have been here for like an hour and a half.
That's
Hey, just getting warmed up.
Hey, 4:15 a.m. That's our record.
Do you want to come into the well and take a selfie with all of us? Sure. Come on. Yeah.
We got 3 minutes. 3 minutes speaking time.
Good agenda.
Floor is yours.
This is a one-time offer here.
That's even better than the signed paper.
Make sure it's on wide so you get us all. We're not moving.
You should ask for
Just go from
extra
the podium.
credit. You should ask for extra credit for this.
Seriously, right?
Anyone else want to come down for this heartfelt moment?
no
Can't beat that.
No selfie.
Now, that's an example of a student that doesn't know civic engagement. No, I'm not saying it negative. I'm saying that if he would have known that he could have done it before with the card, right? Then he would have done that, right? And the other group that was with him. So,
Well, I think that's what
I'm
he's
saying
learning.
responding to the audience. So basically what I'm saying is that civic engagement is something people know their rights, know how to do things in a city. So that's all I was saying.
Okay.
Awesome.
Right?
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm,
Not on the agenda, but okay.
yeah, so, right, oh, it wasn't on the
Something
agenda.
to do with an attorney, right?
Well, because he's a kid and I love,
All right.
children and that,
We're good.
okay. So
Yeah, got it. Anyone else about the attorney, Mr. Colantuno and Watley and the party? This is way off subject. All right, anyone on Zoom?
We have nobody on Zoom and no e-comments for this one.
Okay, we have a motion that's been amended on the floor, seconded.
Is it clear what the motion is?
Is it clear?
Yes.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Anyone opposed?
No.
There you go.
I did have a very quick question, which I was trying to get in before.
Sorry.
I apologize for that.
Yeah, you can still ask.
No, thank you. Just in response to Mr. Rocco's comment about it seems like we're ready to engage Mr. Colantuno, I want to be clear on our last item, and maybe it's not appropriate for me to be speaking to it, that we have directed the Charter Committee to explore these options. And do they need to explore those options before they mail it in? Okay.
Yeah, we're not, so the original timetable based on the motion is different because they were going to finalize language this month, and I was going to send it to Mr. Colantuno, he'd review it, and then be present by Zoom for their May meeting. I think now that's going to be pushed off until they review all the other options.
Okay. And with that, I'm a yes.
Okay.
All right, fantastic.
Was that?
As 4-1.
Okay.
All right, nothing to read on that, which brings us to item P1.
4-1, it's the new 3-2.
And 2. Oh, P1, that's right.
Hey, easy. All right, item P1, let me bring up my agenda here. P1, I thought, new Cameron.
Yeah, not the new Cameron. Yeah, this is our cultural arts manager, Gary Morgolis. He's going to provide tonight's presentation. He's worked hard to prepare in a fairly short time frame the proposed design competition for consideration this evening. He's also worked very carefully with partners over at the Redondo Unified School District as well as the high school. So, Gary, are you ready to fire up, Madam Clerk?
Let's see. Sorry, it's been a while here. There we go.
Right. Good evening, everyone. So this item is about a pride flag design competition. Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Gary Margolis. I'm filling in for Cameron Harding, the Community Services Director, and I'm the Cultural Arts Manager. So the background for this item is on January 3rd, Council asked staff to bring back a Pride Month resolution. On March 14th, that resolution proclaiming June to be Pride Month was adopted. And at that same meeting, Council directed that a Pride flag be flown at Civic Center during the month of June. Then on April 4th, Council asked staff to bring back a proposal for a Redondo Beach Pride flag design competition. So as the city manager stated, we're on a very fast timeline because June is just around the corner. This is it's very tight, but maybe doable. It would begin with today, council authorizing the competition. We would start accepting submissions and start marketing tomorrow. We're going to be using an online portal to accept submissions. It's called Cafe Calls for Entries. It's hosted by the Western Arts Federation, and it's the same one that the Public Art Commission is currently using. The advantage to using an online portal is that it makes it much easier for folks to submit, and it also makes it much easier for the panel to review applications, submissions, because all of that can be done online. At the May 24th meeting of the Public Art Commission, they would select a winner. So the time period is a little bit more than a month, assuming that we could get everything started tomorrow to collect submissions. And then the following day, we would submit the design to a fabricator. And hopefully that is over the Memorial Day weekend, but hopefully we could have something back in time for you to raise the flag at your June 6th meeting. We've already been in touch with Redondo Union High School, and they're very eager to get their students working on this. So I told them that as soon as you guys approved it, I would get a hold of them tomorrow and let them know. I also want to mention that as far as the timeline is concerned, that because we had to do this, so quickly, we did probably leave out an extensive community, gathering and input gathering process, which would have been the preferred way to go, but we were under a tight deadline. I do want to say, though, that there's very little reason to assume that the people who will be submitting designs do not represent Redondo Beach's Pride community. In fact, I would argue that if inclusion is a goal, this project is admirable in at least a couple of ways. First, it will include the voices of high school students whose voices are frequently not heard in public discussions. And probably even more importantly, it includes the voices of people who prefer to communicate through images rather than words. And these voices are arguably even more rare in the public square. So here's the budget. Not a lot of items on it. The call for entries has a cost to it, as will marketing, fabrication, And so we could probably bring this in for less than $2,000, and this can be covered in the Community Services Department's budget. So some of the, included with your packets are all of the guidelines and the consent forms that the city attorney's office has approved. There's more extensive information in there, but to give you just some of the major bullets about the competition, it will be open to current and former Redondo Beach residents only. So someone who lives in another city in California or across the country won't be eligible to submit their designs. It's only open to current and former Redondo Beach residents. There will be no compensation for the design. The winning design will become the property of Redondo Beach. All ages and artistic levels are eligible to submit. We're also allowing folks to submit up to 6 designs. Designs should reflect the values of pride, equality, unity, love, and healing. I will say, however, that in the guidelines, we do say that the images may not contain words or letters. And that's just a standard best practice in flag design. Language is not an inclusive practice, really, when you think about it. So you really, and also when you think about what a flag, looks like, there are very few flags that have words on them. You see them, for example, this one, if it's raised over here, 30 feet high, flapping in the wind, it just is not a useful or helpful practice to have words on flags. They should really be as simple and symbolic as possible. That's the whole idea of a flag. But having said that, there's no reason why each of those words can't be symbolized by something. And in the application, when each artist, when they submit their design, they're also being required to submit a 500-word statement on the meaning of the symbolism that's in their design. So, for example, the original Pride flags that had the 6 colors, each of those colors symbolizes something. And the same thing for anyone who designs a flag for Redondo Beach will get to know what their symbols mean, and hopefully they will include these 5 values. This is a sample of a piece of marketing material which you folks can use to market to your constituents, and that the school district has said that they will share with their students. So this is what it might look like when it's done. And our recommendation to you today is to approve the proposed process to design and fabricate a pride flag for Redondo Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was a great presentation. Most colorful presentation I think we've ever had. So yeah, I'll open up a couple of things here. Councilmember Baji and I talked about this after it passed. A couple of things didn't sit well for us, and the things that didn't sit well for us have come out via emails here in the last few days. I've gotten well over a dozen emails by members of the community talking specifically about a certain Supreme Court case that I'll just bring up, the city's lack, Justice Stephen Breyer concluded that the city's lack of meaningful involvement in the selection of flags or the crafting of their message leads us to classify the flag raising as private, not government speech. And then Justice Samuel Alito said whether the government is actually expressing its own views or the real speaker is a private party, which really got me thinking about this. And I know what our city attorney is going to say. And it's an action of the council, not of the public. But the fact that this is a recognizable flag and it didn't come from the community are 2 big problems for me. And I want to have inclusivity and bring everyone into the tent. And this should be something that the community backs and is a part of. And for me, what Councilmember Abaji and I really talked about were the 5 pivotal points of pride, equality, unity, healing, and love. And figuring we just went through an election, we just settled a lawsuit that I personally have been sued on. It's cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars. I got a member of the public right here who's cost him a ton of money. Our mayor, who's fighting for his life, has to now fight against this lawsuit as well. We're not done with that lawsuit, by the way, I might add, just so everyone knows. You know, this needs to come from a perspective of community and bring everyone into the tent. And I think the best way we can do that is through art, is through competition. The best way we can do that is create a symbol that we can fly here in Redondo with those 5 tenants and make it our own. And that is, if you really see the pride flag and how that developed, it's been changed through the years to be made to their own for certain people, however they want it. You know, I think it's important that we take this step of doing a competition with the community and bringing in the high schoolers. I think the one thing I would change, excellent presentation, excellent work, by the way, fantastic. The one thing I would change is have it in the competition information to have those 5 items that I'm talking about, which is the specifically call out pride, equality, unity, healing, and love. Is it in there? I didn't see that in there, so maybe I missed it. I apologize. But that's, to me, is the most important part. And what I think is really important is the City Council is not going to choose the winner. It's going to be a commission, the art commission, and the residents. This is a fully resident-led, resident-driven, resident-finished product. So no one can yell at us up here. This is resident stuff. This is a resident action. So I want to thank Councilmember Baji for coming to me on this idea and having a written initial idea. So thank you. Councilmember Baji, your hand is up.
So I want to commend, Director or Manager, what's your name again?
Margolis.
Margolis, all right. Director Margolis?
Manager.
Manager Margolis, all right. Thank you. This is amazing. And I really, a perfect articulation of what we'd hoped to achieve on such a fast timeline. So I really appreciate it. This is great work. And this is exactly what we hope to capture. Actually, what prompted me to have a discussion with the Mayor Pro Tem is that I was discussing over Instagram with a resident about, what flag should be the Redondo flag? And she sent me a link to all the pride flags. And there's an overwhelming number, which is actually captured in the staff report. And they're slightly different from one another, and they all have different symbolism, and then we're gonna have to choose one? No, thank you. Let's come up with something unique to Redondo Beach. And one thing I want to differ with you on, though, is this. I get that it's a best practice, but right here we've got a flag, and it has got words on it. All right.
That one doesn't score high.
Yeah.
It's on a lot of T-shirts. I'm toying with the exception for the words Redondo Beach, and I'll take the cue and maybe apply it to those 5 words that we don't need to see the 5 words on them. They can be symbolized not in words, but I would like to make an exception to allow Redondo Beach on there. We did not discuss, just so y'all aren't confused, we didn't discuss the Supreme Court case. I actually just learned about it from our speaker during non-agenda items, and I did pull that out. The Supreme Court case I pulled that up during this meeting. It actually starts out with the opinion. Sorry, if you could. Oh, you already loaded it up. Thank you, Madam Clerk. With the holding that the free speech clause does not prevent the government from declining to express a view. And what happened in that case is the city allowed people to perform. In this case, this is Shirtloff versus Boston. The city had allowed people to come perform, do events on their courtyard and raise flags, and it let every single group do this. And then one day, a group with a cross on it wanted to raise their flag, and they said no. Okay, that's the city discriminating against private speech, and that was found unconstitutional. In this case, the city is engaging as a government to express speech, and by the Public Art Commission approving whatever flag is going to be flown is engaging in government speech, which we can decline to express a view that we disagree with, and we can approve a view that we agree with. That's a gross oversimplification of this, but basically, that in that circumstance, the court had found that
because Boston had not come up with any criteria for the exclusion or inclusion of flags and just ruled out this one, it was individuating and it was discriminating against that flag. So different analysis here. I'm totally comfortable with moving forward with this, hopefully unifying act, which really is targeting the youth who may feel excluded by our current systems or not necessarily welcomed in this community while Manhattan Beach is doing so much to celebrate Pride. And hopefully it shows that we take equality here very seriously in Redondo Beach. So I'd move to approve with the exception of permitting the term Redondo Beach on there.
I'll second that. Do we have to have people who are formerly lived in Redondo Beach? Can we just limit it to?
You want to leave out the former people? Because I'm thinking somebody might have lived here for like 30 years and then it got too expensive for them, so they moved to Florida. I mean, why would you? But they may have a real strong feeling for the place still, or kids that grew up here and then married someone and got dragged to the in-laws state.
I can be amenable to that.
Yeah.
I like it when it's just, it's our city. People are here now.
I think it's going to be more difficult for people who don't live here now to hear about it.
Okay, fair enough.
I will say, while the Public Arts Commission is approving it, I definitely put that meeting on my calendar. So.
Oh yeah, me too. It doesn't prevent any one of us from adding something. All right, Councilmember Kalujetovich.
Yeah, I think that the intention of this is really great. I think we're trying to include a community that has fought really hard to, become just part of the entire community. And I think that while this has been very, the intention is there, I think they put a lot of thought into the flags that represent them now, and they have evolved over time to be more inclusive, to include lots of groups. And I just think that creating our own flag is kind of misrepresenting our intention here. I think that having a competition with the high school to maybe promote the fact that we're going to raise the pride flag, and because we talked about having that on our website, and maybe that poster is what the competition could, the winner could design that poster that will be on our website and our pride celebration announcement. But I think designing a flag that is representative of a community that's worked really hard, kind of, I think it's not sending the message that I think we want to send.
So may I ask what flag you're proposing that we raise?
I think there was one that was the city of LA, I want to say, or the county had selected recently to fly.
The progress flag.
The progress flag, the one with the triangle, not the one with the triangle and the circle, but just the triangle with that overlays on the flag, or the pride rainbow flag.
The Daniel Quasar 2018 one?
Yeah.
Is that the one?
It's the one.
Sorry, if you could light me up.
It's the one above the, I'm looking at the city attorney's website. It's
this one right here.
It's the third one from the
right.
bottom, I think. Not,
it's
that one.
Not
right
with the one
there.
with the circle in it.
Not with the one with the circle, the one on the top.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that's the one LA County is going to raise.
Right.
This is the one that's typically referred to as the progress flag.
All right.
Okay.
That's my comment.
Okay. Councilmember Barrett, I think. Waji, can you lower your hand? Did you lower your hand, please? Thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I agree that emphasizing the values of pride, equality, unity, love, and healing is important, and it's admirable, no doubt, for all the reasons that have been discussed here tonight and through our presentation from Mr. Margolis and what's been said previously. The concern I have, and it's been raised in part by Councilmember Obaji and Mayor Pro Tem, is the legal implications of this. I see there's a Supreme Court opinion. I haven't read it. And more importantly, I don't know if our city attorneys read it. And to go even a step further, whether we've received and can receive some type of legal analysis from our city attorney as to whether or not the way we proceed forward, whether we need to make some adjustments to insulate ourselves from litigation. And I'm very sensitive to that. I think we had a half dozen matters on the closed session agenda tonight for litigation. We just got over the hurdle of some other litigation. So I'm very sensitive. I want to be careful about stepping into something. Please go right ahead.
So since we spoke, I did have an opportunity to read the Supreme Court case. I would like an additional opportunity to do further review, but there are a couple things that are clear to me. In part, it's got to be government speech, and the reason that Boston lost is essentially they lost control of it being private speech. They would invite groups and then suddenly stopped a group. The Supreme Court identified a city of San Jose flag policy, and they cited it on page 15. Boston could easily have done more to make it clear which wished to speak for itself by raising flags. Other cities' flag flying policies support our conclusion. The city of San Jose, California, for example, provides in writing that its flagpoles are not intended to serve as a forum for free expression by the public and lists approved flags that may be flown as an expression of the city's official sentiments. There is no existing flag policy by the city of Redondo Beach. So I certainly would encourage, before you choose a flag to go up there, that you perhaps direct the city manager to return with a flag policy so that it becomes clear that any flag that goes up there is expressing a sentiment on behalf of the city. I would also, you can have the Public Arts Commission choose a winner, but hey, we can't be blamed. I think.
No, that's not what I meant.
No, I know. But I think it should come to the council for final approval. They can pick the flag, but you're the ones elected to decide and are authorized to speak for the community on behalf of the city. And so we want to have a flag policy. It could be just copied on the one that was approved, by the Supreme Court from San Jose. And you can decide which flags to put in there, but the ultimate choice should be yours. The letters, even the comment earlier, there was a slight, and they couldn't correct you during a non-agenda item, there's a slight misunderstanding. It's like the council is not approving a group, is not approving a private expression to go on the flagpole. Because once you do that, then it's a public forum. The council is striving to make speech on behalf of the government, and it can do so, but it would be best served to have a flag flying policy that makes that clear before you choose to put something. And I would certainly recommend that the council, the mayor and council, be the ultimate arbiter of what goes up there.
How long would that take?
Well, we would,
If we write
as long
San
as it would
Jose-
take to write Redondo Beach over San Jose's policy and
That's
put
it.
it on our letterhead.
Like,
So we could bring
literally,
it
we can
back
do it before.
next month. We
Yeah.
could bring it back next month, and what we can easily do is add to the timeline. Council approve via consent calendar on the 6th, the selection made by the Public Art Commission, and we would raise the flag after that approval has occurred.
I would want to do a little more research to see if there are other ones, but it's better to have a public, a flag flying policy rather than none.
I'll amend my motion in light of those statements by the city attorney to include that in the motion, that staff come back, the city manager come back with a duplication of San Jose's policy, which I'm looking at right now, and just, we don't need all those flags, foreign national flags, state flags, territorial flags, just flag of the United States and any other flag that the city council votes by a majority to put up.
Right. That's
with
precisely
notice
it.
to the public. And that's it.
Okay.
And if I could, I'm sorry.
And that we essentially, we proceed in the order that was just recommended.
Have that come back by the May 6th agenda as consent calendar item?
We'll bring, we'll
In May?
6 in May.
As a consent calendar item.
Yep.
With approval for the commission to, we're going to give them approval.
Well, we don't have to worry about that.
Sorry,
The June 6th. We'll have the flag that the commission on May 26th, I think it was, whenever they're 24th, whatever the date was, selects. We'll bring that to you all on the consent calendar on June 6th for final approval. We'll fly it that evening if that is ultimately the council's decision.
Sorry, question though.
I'll agree that,
In light of the fact that it's going to come to us regardless, should we have the Public Arts Commission send us 3 flags or?
No.
All right. So as amended as stated.
Yeah, you're up next.
Yeah,
you are. You're still before.
Okay, I don't know if
He's interrupting rudely. I should.
Sorry.
Not at all.
I was just, sorry, go ahead.
Okay. And I don't know if this would be in the form of a friendly amendment to a friendly amendment, but any policy that comes back, I would just ask that the city attorney review it and bless it as appropriate. And one of the concerns I'd like to have addressed is whether a resident-driven policy and resident-driven selection would bring us outside the protection of the existing court cases. And so I'm very sensitive to that.
That's a very good question.
Here, Mike's.
It's a very good question because the more you give the power to someone else, the more it arguably becomes private speech. So that's why we're going to want to have a policy, that makes it clear that the council is voting to adopt that speech.
All right. So then I would like to amend the motion to include that the finalists chosen by Public Arts Commission come to us, but also, the single finalists come to us, but also the last considered, the other most favored, the runner-ups also come behind that, so that if we decide to reject that, so that we do have the ability to reject that without foregoing a pride flag altogether, we can either choose one of those or we can choose a flag that already exists.
And we'll add in the item, this flag is an option for the council to fly as well.
And the friendly amendment, is that accepted to have us review?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So we'll bring back a current created pride flag, the one that was just referenced in our prior conversation, as an option for the council selection as well, in the event that we have submissions the council did not see it this year being sufficient. So.
And let me say thank you to Councilmember and Attorney Scott Barrett, because you just brought on a very important change to the policy by asking the city attorney for his opinion. And I really appreciate that.
And somebody could very easily just show up with an American flag too, just FYI. Councilmember Lowenstein, are you done, Councilmember Barrett? Sorry.
Yes, I am. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, I think one of the things, I understand what you're saying, Paige, actually. I think one of the things that we need to look at is I received an email, some of whom are members of the LGBTQT community who are my friends. Mr. Svetko is actually here tonight. I was wondering if he wouldn't mind coming up to the podium. There's some concern about hosting a competition related to this. I love the idea of the competition, but I also don't want to offend people. We're here to show support for people, and I'd like to hear if he's okay with it. Call him to the podium to discuss his side of things and folks that are on the letter that we received. So,
appreciate that. Thank you very much. I think first and foremost, I want to acknowledge and recognize the intent of what is being done here. I mean, to have such powerful allies on the council level like this is extremely meaningful, and thank you for that. I think it was well said by Councilmember Kaloderovic, who recognizes that this is a community that has been through so much and has fought so hard and has evolved its own flag to represent its own community in a way that we are asking for that to be represented here. I think in this concept that is being put up here tonight, it would be more appropriate if we were to look at something like this for something beyond just a flag, something that we discussed last time to where it would be more of a permanent installation to what we've seen in Hermosa Beach, what we've seen in Manhattan Beach. And that we could have a better conversation around that, something that, if I can be quite frank, and I mean no disrespect to the council here, but something that would be more respectful than a last-minute effort to host a competition for random people to submit and to be decided by people, by a community that they may themselves not actually be a part of. I think what is most concerning to us right now and those that signed on to this letter is that we have not had meaningful engagement from this council to discuss what next steps would be. What I thought we all agreed on last time and the council had decided upon was that we'd have an initial recognition by putting up a flag for X amount of time. And that we would come back later on to see what would be a more appropriate permanent installation within the city, something that we could have a community represent around that. I pause and I want to acknowledge that there have been opposition by others out there as to what it means to be represented. But I also feel that it's not accurate to not bring other facts in here, such as earlier going out here and seeing that we have in our courtyard here the Judeo-Christian 10 Commandments that are put in the courtyard without consideration of what other faiths may not be represented here. We've done similarly with the Martin Luther King Memorial, if you will, up there. We've done similarly now with Juneteenth. And in all those conversations, I would like to think that we have had conversations with the communities come forward and actually listen to them to what their needs are. I would like to think I know most of you here enough to say that while I appreciate you being allies on this, I don't think you truly understand the depth and the meaning behind what this is. I think it would be fair to probably say that most of you here have not had a father who passed away of HIV/AIDS during the height of the epidemic, during the height of its stigma, the way that my partner's father has. And to be a child to deal with all that. I think all of you here hopefully have not had to deal with having to defend whom you love against the closest family members you have to this day, even though you've been in a relationship for over 20 years, the way that I have. There's a lot of meaning behind what this is. This isn't as simple as just flying a flag. And I appreciate the effort. I want to stress that. We really appreciate that. We just think that it would be better for us to be more included and to be engaged better as to how we can be represented in this. And we've made our recommendations on the letter. Thank you.
Thank you. So I think we need to take this to light. I love the idea, but I think it's rushed. B, I don't want to offend the same people that we're trying to support at this time. And I think we need to really think about this because it seems a little bit rushed. Again, no offense to what you proposed. I think it's a great, and I think all our intentions are good here. I think we need to be very careful about offending people who we're trying to support, and also perhaps thinking this through so that if we want to do something more permanent, as Mr. Spetko had mentioned, that we look at that as a way to honor the community. So that's my contribution here. Thank you.
All right. I hear what you're saying, but remember, there are people who are offended by doing what we're doing.
I agree.
And there was a very good email came in from someone regarding the Jewish faith, actually. And you want to talk about, a group of people that have been persecuted for the entire history of mankind. That's one you got there too. So what's important here is we shouldn't be politicizing this. This should be a fun activity for our community as inclusivity, to bring everyone in, to help everyone be a part of it. And the pride, equality, unity, love, and healing, I think, is extremely important right now to make it our own. And that is what, to me, is so important. We make it our own version of that. So,
and I think we could still, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Paige. I think we could still do that. The question is, do we do it via flag or do it something else? And we do it right and do it with input and do it with, and the input is partially people submitting designs, but also input of the folks that we support as well too. And as far as the folks that are complaining about, I understand their side of view. There's always many sides of views of everything. I think we should tread lightly on this. And I don't know if I'm ready to support this yet in terms of the design. But I just wanted to bring this up because I hadn't heard it mentioned other than what Paige had mentioned and the letter, reference to the letter as well too. Because, a number of those folks are friends of mine.
Where's the letter sent in the blue folder?
It was sent
to all of us.
It was sent on 4/18.
That we do, a lot of the celebrations in the community are inclusive. So this is a symbol of inclusivity, that we're flying the flag, that we are, supporting the community. We do have a menorah lighting. We have a Christmas celebration. We have, Juneteenth and Memorial Day. So those are all inclusive celebrations. So I think this symbol needs to be, I think we need to be careful about, those are great words that we picked, but they shouldn't come from us. We aren't part of that community to dictate what those words should be. So the flag that is there is what they've chosen to represent them. And I think that, we could pivot to what you were saying, a more permanent installation, and make the competition about, well, what can we do in our city? What's unique about our city? And how can we celebrate that in our community, in our city?
Okay.
Easy.
All right. Councilmember Waji.
Yeah, Mr. Svetko, sorry I did not get to get back to you when you texted me. It's been a whirlwind. I went from one trial to another. But I appreciate what you're saying. I appreciate what Councilmember Jarovich and Councilmember Lowenstein are saying here. And I think with the amended motion, what we're getting to is ultimately come that June date, we're going to have every option at our disposal as far as what flag to fly, including the progress flag, and maybe that's the way we end up going. But I also, the whole reason that really made me start thinking about a competition and engaging the high school students is because I received an email from a high schooler who's very engaged in our civics discussions in the city, or she was a high schooler here, and she said, it was so. She discussed the challenges of growing up in Redondo Beach without any sort of pride recognition and the like, and being, a same-sex oriented person in her high school. And so I think there's a benefit, and maybe I'm naive, maybe as a straight male standing up here, I'm naive to this, but my naive thought is, hey, just by having this competition for the high schoolers, for the community, it shows that this is a welcoming place. We're inviting everybody to participate in our civic discussion in this non-alienating fashion. And so then we can invite their ideas, and maybe we end up going with the progress flag at the end of the day in June, if that's really the strong sentiment coming from this community. Or maybe we get some great submissions from the high schoolers, and so high schoolers come down to support their flag. But do you see any harm in proceeding with the competition or the invitation to submit our art submissions, to our high schoolers and the community?
I think he responded.
I guess I'm asking anybody.
Well, I would say
who's
this.
an expert on
I think the
this.
person I believe you're referring to is actually one of the people that signed this letter. So you might want to look at that, because I don't want to risk offending them if the person you're referring to.
He's receiving and filed the letter also.
Motion received and filed.
Second.
But I also
Anyone
think,
opposed?
to your point about including the high school, absolutely,
Sure.
we should do that. But let's not recreate a symbol that has been thoughtfully planned out. Let's have them engage in a competition and represent our community and the Pride community with something else that,
Yeah, they can still participate.
Right now, it's kind of like we're saying, well, your flag isn't good enough. We're going to create our own.
We're creating a more inclusive flag representative of the community. All right. Members of the public, I don't see, there you go. I got a card, and then we'll go to regular non-orange card, and then we'll go to Zoom. Sheila Garcia.
I'm speaking on behalf of hundreds of parents in our group. We pray that the city would forgo any political views or ideological propaganda. We don't need another flag. We have a beautiful flag to be proud of and honored. What we need is an educated citizenry. Influence is no government. George Washington said that. This contest sounds unlawful and unconstitutional. The words pride flag. If you want civic engagement, encourage the public to unify over our fundamental constitutional rights. Promote America. Now, this push, I want to know why the push, okay? I appreciate what the council is trying to do, but I don't feel there was a public forum. There was no public square. This just came about. How many people live in Redondo? 68,000. Okay, so out of those people, who knew about this, right? This was just thrown together. Why? I don't know. I know you can't answer me. But I'm just saying that by just saying the high school could get involved, what about the elementary? What about 2-year-olds that want to draw? It's the same thing about science. Like, okay, you may say that someone landed on the moon, okay? But when does a baby become a baby? There's all kinds of things. I am very loving and kind. I love everybody. This is not a matter of that. I feel this is going to be dividing the community more. And I just want to know why the pushing. I mean, I love to hear from everybody, but this is not going to go the way you believe it, because whoever looks at the art, it's going to be subjective. Even with the colors. Yes, we're always going to get offended. People always get offended, but we don't care about who gets offended as long as the intention is right. I sincerely believe, I agree with you. Your intention was good. Let's get everybody involved. Let's do this. And then I agree that you came from a good place, Mr. Narenheim. I really believe that but this is not going to do it. You want pride in America. You want people to be believing in their country. You want people to believe in the founding fathers of Redondo Beach, which said they wanted the city to be about the people, for the people, to come and enjoy and do all these wonderful things. Something like this is too divisive. And there's hundreds of parents that are behind me. They're not here, but they are there. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone want to come down? Next.
Hi, Carissa Gallardo. I'm going to read this. There are hundreds of parents behind me and my opinion of this and my views. Thank you, City Council, for adopting the Pride Flag resolution. Love, unity, respect, equality, pride, healing are values that we can all share. Thank you, Jonathan, for your comments tonight and in the past weeks. We've noticed. I wanted to respond to some of the disheartening and at times hateful comments that I've heard here when this agenda item has come up tonight and in recent weeks. The flag does not represent a community group. It represents what the people and the City Council want. LGBTQ are people of a certain demographics, not a belief or an issue. It shows we are inclusive to all, not that we want a certain agenda. Flying a flag at the City Civic Center shows that we support human rights, not just LGBTQ rights. Because if rights can be stripped from a group of people, they are not rights, they are temporary privileges.
All right. Next up.
Thank you, Council. I'm Mark Stratton, District 1. I can't sit here in this chair and allow this council to consider this without thinking about what just happened to a major corporation this last 2 weeks called Anheuser-Busch. And it doesn't take much to draw focal attention to this city for something that we really don't need to be dealing with. I'm not going to say that it's good or it's bad, but I think that this council needs to protect the reputation of Redondo Beach on a national level, not just think of what you're doing here within the community, because this can blow up in your face. And that's all I have to say.
All right. Thank you.
Sorry, sir, just a point of clarification, if you might. When you say this, are you referring to the raising of any pride flag or the submission of a competition to the high schoolers so they can design?
I have no objection to what you do with the high school, but if it happens in the city, that's a problem.
Thank you for clarifying.
All right. No. No, we can ask clarifying questions.
This is an agenda item.
Yeah, I got it. Councilmember Baji, I got it. Ma'am? All right. Anyone else want to come down and speak?
Georgette Gantner, District 2. I believe that whatever flag is chosen, it probably should be a flag that's already established. I think it's great to get the high school students involved in competitions and so forth. However, in this particular situation, it's probably advantageous and more expeditious to use the flag of LA or use a flag that has been established. And if we did use the flag of LA, we need to find out from them what the legalities are. Was there a problem? Will it blow up in our face? Doubt it. We shouldn't be driven by fear, but many are in this community, unfortunately. Paranoia. Anyway, that aside, yeah, let's be practical and find out what legalities were involved with that flag. I think it's only, we're being sensitive to this community to use a flag that's been established. Possibly the situation that should happen is we use the flag, but it's in concert with a ceremonial situation to where the high school students can come and speak. Certain people can speak and talk about their situation. I believe that this flag should be, whatever flag is decided, that it should be flown. And then others will follow. And if people in the community want to also be represented, then they're also represented. But it is extremely important in these times where there's so much prejudice and so much bigotry that this group, the LGBTQ community, is represented. It's so important right now. And it's wonderful that the members of the council are in favor of this. I think it's completely admirable. Also, just one more note. I was on the Public Art Commission for 10 years. And at no time did we decide, we were not the decision makers, we were an advisory committee. So I'm not sure that having them decide is the right procedure. And maybe legally it's the best for for the city council to decide. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else want to come down and speak? Are there any Zoom comments?
Yes. So I have Nancy Skiba.
Good evening. I'm Nancy Skiba from District 4, and I wanted to say that I think it's a good idea to have it be a Redondo flag, which is welcoming all, and that will list on it those 5 goals, and to be basically welcome everybody and have it be something that if they want to use some colors in the artwork, which are reminiscent of the gay pride movement, that's one thing, but I don't think it should just appear to be a special interest group flag, because then if we do that, then other groups are going to want their own kind of a flag flying at the city hall. I think really it should be Redondo Beach. And basically that's what I'm thinking about it. I just don't think, I think it could actually be kind of divisive if it just to be where one group has preferential display of a flag, and then others are going to feel left out, or they're going to, start agitating for that. But I don't mind the idea of it being an art competition, because that includes, students and the public. And that's basically what I think. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, Ms. Skiba.
Okay, the next person is Candace Nafisi.
Good evening, Candace Nafisi from District 3. I'm just calling in today to say that I am very supportive of an inclusive flag that really promotes everything that Redondo Beach represents. I'm not supportive of a separate flag to be flown underneath the American flag. I'd like you guys to consider doing a contest to create a flag that represents Redondo Beach, that's free of political propaganda and really promotes inclusivity, and really points out the things that really bring our beach community together, things like the beach, the ocean, the active lifestyle that we all promote. I think when you start promoting specific flags, we move to a very dangerous place that we can't, as in the city, can't regulate what other flags are going to be flown. And there's no way to equally fly all of the flags that our community wants us to support. And it's not equitable. Whatever flag you choose, it's never going to be equitable. And so when you move in that space and you decide to fly one flag, you can't distinguish it from another flag. And it's just never going to be equitable to our residents that we serve. So therefore, I just want to call in to support moving forward with a contest that is a flag that promotes the beach community that we all love so much. It's not divisive. It brings us together and put to bed any other conversations about any thing that we don't disagree on. Thanks so much.
All right.
Okay, that concludes our comments.
Anyone else from the public? Okay.
Slight amendment to my motion, if you're willing to so endorse, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, is that the Public Arts Commission shall also consider whether to select the progress flag to fly here in Redondo.
Yeah, I'll accept that. And I'll just
To
add.
advise the council on, right? I mean, you're seeking their advisement.
Right.
I'll just let everyone know that this is a flag contest, and you could actually use the City of Redondo Beach seal on the flag and color it. Do what you want to do with it, because it can be official flag. So you can't use it on your own seal. Can't use the City of Redondo Beach seal for your own uses. But in this design, you would be able to do that.
Well, there are
You'd have
other
to choose
words. There are other words there besides Redondo Beach.
Yeah,
So
you have to take the words out.
Do you want to permit?
You have to amend it.
Okay, got it. All right.
It'd be a sanctioned item. Anyways, all right, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Okay, so I'm going to propose a substitute motion, and that is this, that while I appreciate the intent here, I would like, at least for the first go-around, to fly the flag that is, what was it called? The
Progress flag.
Progress flag. And to refer to the Public Arts Commission the possibility of students and others contributing to a work of art honoring the community. And let me just say that, and let's say by the July meeting. I think their July meeting. That's my motion. One thing I also want to bring up is we're doing this towards the end of May. A lot of students are buckled down with studying. I'm concerned also about that. And June 6th is coming around really quickly. Kids, that's finals week for a lot of kids. So, and some are seniors that are graduating. So that would be my motion. Again, understanding where you're going with this.
Accept a friendly amendment.
What is it?
It's that we don't waste this effort by the city staff, and that we essentially incorporate that, because we had provided direction for a permanent installation, the permanent art piece, and essentially use this model to go forward with soliciting input regarding what should be a permanent art installation at the city, representing equality, pride, et cetera.
Yeah, what I would interpret your motion to mean, if it were to pass, is that Gary would adjust the parameters to not make it flag specific, but open the concept to other permanent art installations.
Right.
We would extend the time. We would extend the timeline. We would give, additional 30 days or whatever it might be to create those submissions. Public Art Commission would review them and then come back to you in July with some recommendations.
Yeah, I think so.
Say that motion again?
Or for them to have a meeting to discuss this going forward, because June is by then it's passed.
Yeah, the
So-
timeline wouldn't apply in that
So
situation.
you're saying back the timeline up altogether, allow the Art Commission to discuss proposed design guidelines for a public art installation that builds in these tenants, and that they discuss that at their next meeting, and then create a competition with a new schedule effectively.
Exactly.
Okay. We can do that too.
I think we need to remember that this whole discussion is about celebrating Pride Month. If we're going to talk about celebrating Redondo Beach, then we should have it in April when our birthday is, and we should do that separately. If we can, to that motion, I'm assuming we can include, like Hermosa had done and Manhattan had done, a permanent installation, and we can discuss something like maybe with our marina or whatever, wherever it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's happening, but what I think we're trying to do here is marry the design competition element to that public art installation concept. So yes, we can use any existing models as perspective examples of the type of submissions that could occur, but ultimately the Public Art Commission would work with Gary and staff to determine an artistics RFQ effectively that could include submissions from our student population.
Okay.
So was that a second, you said?
That was my second,
Okay.
yeah.
Am I able to amend my original motion to include this direction as to the permanent installation?
No.
As to the permanent
Because
installation?
we are
only?
not talking about your motion right now. We have a substitute motion on the floor.
Okay.
So we have to take care of this
Okay,
motion
got it.
first.
All right, got it.
So
Well, I think naturally we would marry
You
the
would do
two.
it, okay.
Yeah, there's no reason for us to run parallel efforts when they're so synonymous.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't voted on the motion yet.
Assuming that this
So we want to
motion
get
were
further
passed.
clarification.
Yes, yes.
Councilmember Barrett, before we vote, we'll get full clarification exactly what the motion is on the floor. Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, for clarification, the substitute motion, would there be an opportunity for our city attorney to do some legal review of whatever it is we're going to be proposed to move forward with before doing so?
If it were made part of the motion right now, it's not part of the motion.
Okay.
So,
You can make a friendly amendment to do so.
and I would definitely, if you're going to fly any flag, recommend instructing the city manager to return with a flag policy before you fly that flag.
Okay, well, I would like to make a friendly amendment to include those two components as articulated by the city attorney.
Accept.
Okay. So can you, as Councilmember Baji is not here, can you restate that motion?
Yes, that for this upcoming Pride Month, we would fly the flag that is the Progress flag. And then we would refer to the Public Arts Commission the possibility of a contest to talk about a more permanent art display that honors these values. And it would be brought back by the July meeting. And there would be no specific deadline in terms of when that contest could happen. And that per Mr. Barrett's friendly amendment, which I accepted, the city attorney would review any legal ramifications as well as put together a policy by the city manager to have a flag policy to do that.
Yeah.
That is the motion as stated.
Yeah, we would bring the flag policy back in May before we would fly the flag in June.
Correct.
And the Public Art Commission would consider the competition, and we would report back to the council at a meeting in July, their advisement on the design parameters.
Right, correct. That's correct. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, as a reminder, Councilmember Barrett, your hand is up, or no?
It is, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
Fine.
And we would do those two things before flying the Progress flag?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Yes, specifically, those items would come back, the city attorney's legal review and the flag policy that would be proposed by my office would come back to you in May. Flag would be flown in June.
Thank you.
Assuming there isn't any conflict with the policy.
Okay, I'm going to do a roll call vote on this, and the reason why is I'm going to say no to this motion because this should be fun. This should be inclusive. I will vote on the other motion if this motion fails. Look at how much time we spent on this. Look how much thoughts have been here. We need to include the community now with this. And to the points or questions earlier about how did it get here, it got here in a rushed sense. Literally one of the last few council meetings of a former council member. So that's not inclusive of the thought process. That's not inclusive of anyone that's dumping something and then moving on. So I want the community to be able to have a say. So I'm voting a yes on the first motion if we are able to get there. So that's my comments on that. So Councilmember Lowenstein on this motion on the floor.
As I stated.
As you stated.
Just to be clear, because
Yep,
you were just
there's
talking
two.
about two motions.
Yep, the motion on the floor is Councilmember Lowenstein.
That you second.
Aye.
All right, Obaji
Same reasons as Mayor Pro Tem, no.
and Councilmember Barrett.
Aye.
All right, passes.
All right, 3-2 passes.
Okay. Yes.
All right, so that brings us to item N2, I believe, which is our mid-year budget report action in April. And with our new director, Wendy.
So while Wendy Collazo, our new financial services director, pulls up our PowerPoint presentation, I'll provide a little bit of introduction here. This, as you know, is an unusual time for us to be having a mid-year discussion. We would normally have this conversation either the first meeting of March or in ideal circumstances, the last meeting in February. The reason for that delay I've shared with this council in the past is primarily due to GASB 87 and the impact it's had on our annual comprehensive financial report preparation and the finalization of our year-end fund balances. This council will recall that last February, we had to take an action on year-end designations based on draft fund balances in order for us to actually move to this point today here in April. The ACFR is still at least a month away, unfortunately, based on the impact that our literally hundreds of leases that now flow through the annual review have on our financial report. The good news is we're not alone in delay for ACFR. Most municipalities that have leases like we do are struggling with these kinds of extensions. And what we have also received from our outside consultant on this matter is that our annual report for the prior fiscal year will not be materially affected by our lease revenue, which in a sense is even more frustrating because we have to delay taking final action on the year-end report for reporting that isn't going to affect our financial standing. So that part's a little frustrating, but it is what it is, and GASB is continuing to move forward. That said, you took action in February to set aside what we anticipate will be last year's fund balance of around $2 million, and you parked that money in our new compensation, CalPERS pension and compensation reserve fund. So that is separate from what you're considering tonight. Tonight is a mid-year review of the budget that you adopted last June for the 22-23 fiscal year. It now recognizes the actions you took in February for the prior fiscal year end, and it flows through our numbers here. But what we're updating you on tonight is specific to what's our performance in this specific fiscal year. The good news is, while it's a very high-level review and not one that includes any recommended decision packages and substantive changes to the budget, it's generally a positive report. Revenues are going to exceed expenses at year-end based on our revised calculations, and ultimately generate for us a little over $2 million, we think, in year-end fund balance. That money will be part and parcel to the budget I proposed to you in May, and will be our starting point for the 23-24 fiscal year. So it's good news. It's better to start with money in the bank specific to the fund balance as opposed to having to draw on resources. So that part of it we're happy about. Mid-year, typically, we do two things. Specifically, we address our internal service fund allocations, and we make changes to the budget to accommodate those changes. Typically, those changes increase expenses in the various funds. Ironically, this year, based on past savings and council actions during the recession, the ISF adjustment for the general fund is going down this mid-year because many of the flow-through expenses to the general fund were reduced in prior year actuals. So that's a little bit of an oddity. We'll start to see that snap back and catch up in future budgets as our actuals perform, particularly this fiscal year. So I don't know, Wendy, we're ready with the PowerPoint here. I'll try to breeze through this.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Next slide, please, Wendy.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's the Marine in me.
Yeah,
Sorry.
that's
I like that.
So as I mentioned, mid-year is an opportunity for us to review our budget status and revisit our year-end projections. It gives us a snapshot in time as to how we're performing financially. This snapshot occurs in April as opposed to February, so it's a little more informed. It also allows us to explain where we think we'll finish after we add our internal service fund adjustments, and then it provides a basis for us as we prepare next year's budget. So I covered a little bit of that in my preamble. Next slide, please, Wendy. I want to bring your attention to a few budget messages that will flow through the May document, but it's important to bring them up now because it's really the rationale for why we are not recommending any appropriation of the $2.4 million that we expect to be available. One, as I've mentioned to all of you, staffing, both from a recruitment and retention standpoint, continues to be a challenge. We have been talking about compensation for our employees and making sure as many of our classifications in the city are at market or above market as possible. That remains a goal. And we continue to deal with retirement turnover throughout the organization. And so one thing that we have to always keep in mind as we make budget decisions is that staffing is paramount to service. We are a people-based business. 70% of what we do in the community comes from people, not machines or widgets. So staffing is an important consideration. It's both a challenge and an opportunity for us as we go into next fiscal year. We have core infrastructure concerns. I'm preaching to the choir here. I don't need to explain to you what that means. Civic center facilities still need refurbishment. They need updating. They continue to age, and we need to invest in those core buildings as funding permits. There continues to be a demand for technology and innovation, both from the council and from our community. We are constantly modernizing our online operations. That creates expenditure, it creates time and energy and investment up front, but it does have the benefit of creating, I think, longer term efficiency. So that creates for us an opportunity in delivering service in new and more affordable ways. And then an issue that the council will be grappling with in this budget and needs to continue to grapple with is identifying capital funding and prioritizing how we're spending that capital funding, particularly for those large item goals that we all have, the big ticket items, Seaside Lagoon renovation, Civic Center reinvestment, et cetera. If we want to make that a priority, we have to think big, we have to identify significant funding, and we have to commit time and energy to those projects and not diversify our focus on as many and the myriad of smaller capital projects that we currently have in our CIP. So that's something to bear in mind as we go forward, not just tonight, but as we go into the next budget cycle. And again, that's really what's driving the no action tonight with the surplus funding. I'm asking us to hold on this, park it, take the action in May. Next slide, please, Wendy. Bottom line here tonight, you're going to see us provide a quick snapshot on how our taxes are performing. Thankfully, they're performing in a positive way, just about $3 million of additional revenue expected at year end over what we adopted with the budget. But that is actually offset in part by reduction in overhead. The ISF is reducing overhead revenues that flow into the general fund from our enterprise funds. That's good news for the enterprise funds. That's a challenge for our general fund. Thankfully, in this instance, we still are seeing and experiencing a net positive year of roughly $1.7 million. Next slide. Just a high-level assessment of kind of where we're performing with our big revenue targets. We adopted about $100 million in general fund revenue when you approved the budget in June of last year. We're adjusting that upwards now to just under $102 million. Big bright spot here, property tax continues to perform well. We're just under $1 million in anticipated additional revenue there. Sales tax has cooled off a little bit. We came into the budget thinking we would get close to $12 million. We're actually seeing that coming in or looking to come in closer to 11.5 at year end. We think that might be in part because there was pent-up demand at the tail end of last fiscal year and at the beginning of the current fiscal year, but as sort of recessionary fears and obviously the interest rate adjustments in the broader market have started to cool equity spending among our residents. Utility user tax is a big bright spot. We're seeing significant growth there, and that was a revenue source that was flat for many, many years, I think in large part to people upping their online commitments to cable services, predominantly their commitment to how they're sourcing internet and the like through video providers. Property transfer tax is down, no surprise there, but we did actually cut that expectation coming into this fiscal year. The number of sales in our community has slowed from prior years. It's still a substantive source of revenue, but it is cooling off. Other taxes, which are things like property tax trust funding and some other smaller numbers, are also a little bit down, nothing that is significantly moving the needle. We are projecting, both with recreation user pay, rents and percentages, and other general fund revenue, a flat year-over-year budget to revise mid-year figure, largely because there's not a lot of time left in this fiscal year to see significant growth. We feel confident that we're going to hit our original adopted budget numbers, which is a good thing because in all of those categories, we were anticipating significant gains this fiscal year. And in most cases, we're seeing those full gains or actually slightly exceeding them. So it's positive. I just don't want us to take any of that to the bank just yet, because some of our increases, particularly in the area of community development plan check and the like, are not structural changes. Some of them are one-time based on pass-through plan check fees and other things that we're seeing growth in, which also accrue to the expenditure line. So we'll talk more about the structural changes to those revenue sources with the budget in May, but for mid-year, we're just leaving them flat. And then overhead, as I mentioned, is coming down. Next slide, please. Again, what we're proposing to adjust is with your motion tonight that we're recommending you approve in the resolution is really just an implementation of our internal service fund annual update. I'll talk a little bit about the final metrics here. We're projecting to leave our department expenditures on maintenance and operations, salaries, et cetera, as flat. I've asked all of our departments to run analysis. They all expect to be at budget or below budget at year end. So we'll likely see additional savings there. But for now, we don't want to make that adjustment. It'll flow through our budgets in future as part of our year end and future discussions. And as I mentioned, we're not recommending any decision packages tonight, which would typically be part of this presentation if A, we didn't have so much work to do currently, and B, we really needed significant change in our structural budget. Next slide, please. So this is a snapshot of how the internal service fund allocations by type are changing. I'll give you a couple of areas that are of note. Vehicle equipment replacement, you're seeing a big jump year over year, and this council will remember why. In the 1920 fiscal year and 2021 fiscal year, we cut our vehicle expenses in half, and we delayed all replacements. So what occurred in 21-22 is actually a restoration of those traditional annual expenses. So the 1.8 million that's part of the ISF this year is a much more normal figure for us. The 1.1 million that we experienced in the prior fiscal year is an artificially suppressed figure. So while it's a big jump, it's a number that we would typically expect. Slight decrease in information technology maintenance, a fairly slight increase or decrease in technological equipment replacement, also somewhat affected by the recessionary environment and what we were doing to save money and resources. Fairly flat on the other areas. Workers' compensation costs have gone up a little bit on the insurance side. And then a big jump on liability costs, in part because of outstanding litigation, most notably in the waterfront. And you'll see in the attachments that the harbor uplands and tidelands are seeing increases in expenses this year in particular because of the flow through that we're experiencing through litigation. We've resolved that litigation. We will eventually see reductions in those costs, but it's going to take a few years to work through the system based on how we assign these costs over a 5-year period or a 3-year period, depending on the topic. So this is an actual expenditure increase in that particular category year over year, and it's almost exclusively due to the increased litigation expenses in that area. Building occupancy saw some growth in expenditure there. Just due to general equipment cost and resources and the commitment from council to restore some of our building personnel, which I think has been positive. And then down below, emergency communications operations equipment, we also in the 2021 and 1920 fiscal years reduced some expenses there. So we lowered that number. That is spitting out now in this particular fiscal year. And then overhead, as I mentioned, is going down in large part because our internal service fund departments in prior years also took some cuts, and those vacancies continued into the last fiscal year in some instances. Most of those positions are back online and fully restored. We'll see this figure snap back, I think, next fiscal year and the year after. Overall, the aggregate, despite all the swings, is really a 3% increase across the board, a fairly typical year-over-year number for us. It just affects each fund differently. Next slide, please, Wendy. So this is how this flows through. Going into the mid-year consideration, we had about $146,000 of unused or underutilized projected funds. Our revenues net out after the overhead deductions of about positive $1.7 million. And as I mentioned, specific to the general fund, we are reducing appropriations by $587,000 for this particular fiscal year. So that lends itself to a revised estimated ending fund balance of roughly $2.4 million that would be available at the end of this fiscal year, which concludes on June 30th. Next slide, please. And that's it. Our recommendation tonight is to receive and file the report and to adopt by 4/5 vote the resolution, which would formally incorporate these internal service fund allocation adjustments and memorialize the revenue growth that I just mentioned, ultimately allowing you, as part of the as part of the budget in May, to decide how to allocate that $2.4 million of fund balance as part of the proposed budget that you'll see from me in less than 30 days.
That's good.
It's positive.
Wendy?
I think you did a great job.
You approve.
No, I really, I appreciate it. Like I said, thank you to the council. I'm glad to be here and thankful to City Manager Wazanski, who had all the history and plugged in with everything. It takes a tribe to get this going, and it's week 2 for me, and I feel I should be collecting pension at this point because it was 20 years of lessons. But it's a wonderful city and what you're doing, so I promise I get better as we go and contribute a little bit more, but there was a lot of history here and wanted you to be solid, transparent information, and that we're working to get back on cycle from all the transition that we've had and rock and roll to get this budget on schedule and in May, as City Manager has stated, so we can be on a good timeline and get going.
Wow, fantastic presentation, fantastic speech.
A lot of work. This is going to be a busy 30 days, I can tell you that much. Yeah.
Right in the budget season. All right. Yeah. Thank you. I have nothing really, I talked to you earlier about it. Nothing really publicly to talk about. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you. Congratulations. I know it's very short order, but thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Some specific questions. The UUT going up. It's interesting. People are going away from cable, but they're going to streaming services. What did you attribute that to?
It's odd. I think it's just maybe the way it's being captured through cable and perhaps the way charges are occurring. It's a little baffling. This number going up was a surprise to me as we looked at the forecast. But Wendy did some very strong analysis. It's really based on not market conditions, but what we're seeing in actual accrued revenues to date, and then forecasting what we have typically received in the final 3 months of the fiscal year. Not a lot of explanation for it.
I'll give you an idea. Increased natural gas prices.
Well, right? that was 1 month.
No, but
it was 1 month.
It's gone over several months. And electricity bills. And remember, people's electricity bills have spiked.
It could be. It could be.
You can say you're welcome for that.
Yeah, it's nothing to do with what you're talking about. That's the transmission part, not the generation part. But
Actually,
anyway,
it's gone up too.
Yeah, no question that we saw significant growth in the winter
everybody.
there.
If there's anybody in here whose utility bill has gone down, please raise your hand.
Yeah.
There's nobody, right? So I think that's one of the things that are happening. I also think people's cell phone bills have gone up. I do think that the migration away from cables happened over the last 3 or 4 years.
Yeah, it has. And that's what I think for years flattened out that revenue source. We're seeing a big spike now.
TOT, specifically the marina hotels for next year, we'll start capturing it again?
Yes, and the good news is we had revised our revenue projections significantly downward this fiscal year, recognizing that the Marine Avenue Hotel site was still repopulating its authority-funded reserve. What I can tell you is we've been in constant conversations with Brad Wagstaff, the owner of the Marine Avenue property. We're actually going to be meeting Wendy's, and in fact, we're bringing in our new city treasurer as well into that conversation. We'll be talking about the waterfall provisions and how they've been spending those funds. Brad, last time I spoke to him, which was about 6 weeks ago, said he expected the revenue to be accruing to the general fund next fiscal year. I'll feel better about it when I see that on paper and we have a confirmed date.
That could be 2 million or?
That's as much as 3 million a year.
Million? Okay.
Yeah, so it's a significant structural number for us. And if it does turn back on in full, I'll feel really good about our proposed budget this fiscal year.
And then how far away are we from Legato being a reality?
I think for property tax and potentially TOT collection standpoint, we're probably not seeing anything in next fiscal year. I'm guessing more like 24, 25.
Okay. 2 more things, and I'll try to keep it brief. Civic Center improvements, we just did HVAC. I know one of the things, and I'll make a referral at the end of this meeting, what else is it going to take? I know we've budgeted $250,000 for window replacement. but we're going to need a lot more than that, I'm sure, right?
No doubt. And what I'll be issuing instructions to our Public Works Department to consider is where we've allocated some resources for those smaller civic center repair efforts. We will be likely investing more resources in there and expanding that scope of work, and probably pulling back from some of the broader community initiatives that we've had in the budget in the past couple of years.
And then the last thing is the vehicle replacement fund. You know that's been something I've been vocal on. I was glad to see it extended for a year. And
2 years we actually extended it.
Was it 2 years?
Yeah.
And, we'll still make sure public safety gets their fair shake in terms of squad cars, fire vehicles. We just approved $1 million engine. But I would like us to lengthen out the time that we replace some of the non-public safety. And even, I know we've looked at this, we looked at CNG, but electric vehicles over the long haul, not only environmental, but like from a cost perspective, maintenance perspective, way lower. They cost more at the beginning, but, brakes replacement, oil, all the other things that are involved in it, even fuel, less expensive.
Yeah, what we'll do, I think, is we'll bring back the budget response report where we talk about the vehicle replacement program. I think we need to spend a little time as a council as a policy matter, talking about the expected life of each vehicle, kind of where we're at with the most recent policy changes, refreshing everybody's memory on what our cycles are for each type of unit. We have over 200 heavy equipment units in there, in that fund. So it would be good for us, I think, to do a bit of a deep dive in one of our budget workshops on that.
Because we're going to have some data from we've already looked at, we have a couple bolts in the Public Works Department. I'd be curious to know what our maintenance costs are, because again, as somebody who has both an ICE car as well as electric, I can tell you I spend next to nothing on maintenance with an electric car.
Yeah, I think the more electrics.
I have one that's 10 years old that is a hybrid that is, I spend nearly nothing on.
It has been hard for us to purchase any vehicle in the last 18 months, regardless of type, just due to supply chain issues.
I don't know about that. I just signed for 5 vehicles. Well, I'm just saying.
Yeah, that was last week's. But I mean, that's
really?
5
You have
of
5 vehicles in your house?
That was the signature of the purchase order. Okay. But yeah, you might recall we approved a handful of vehicles at the meeting earlier in the month. But the challenge is we were anticipating, I think, somewhere between 20 and 24 vehicle purchases this year. I think we maybe have gotten to 2/3 of those. And we had the same problem last year, just sourcing units.
Yeah.
It's been a challenge.
Well, and, in some places, electric's we're not ready for prime time, but in other places, commuting around town, stuff like that, I think it is. And I'm not proposing an electric fire.
Not sure that was on the market. I don't think that's on the market.
It is. LA City has one.
Let's let them try it out first.
I know West Hollywood area or something. Station 82. There you go.
There you go.
West Hollywood, LA County, unincorporated.
Yeah.
No, incorporated. They're on city.
Interesting. Anyway, appreciate those questions. We'll flush that out as part of budget.
All right. I don't see any other speakers here. Anyone, members of the public, want to come down? City Treasurer.
Good evening, members of the council, city staff, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. I just wanted to highlight a couple of items. Thank you for the report. For our new finance director, Wendy Colazo, the effort that she put in. We had our former finance director, Marnie Rulin, helping, acting finance director, Lori Yamasaka, Doug. The whole finance team all really pulled this together. A person coming in 2 weeks. So a lot of behind the scenes, as the Mayor Pro Tem likes to talk about, sausage being made to put these reports together. So a Herculean effort all the way around. Seeing that firsthand, I can tell you, kudos to those guys for putting all this together. Also want to thank the presentation for noting that if, for the newer members here, if you wanted to make a modification right now, it would take a 4/5 vote. So if you had an idea with a budget decision package during mid-year, it takes 4 of you to get that approved. Start working on your budgets now for those priorities. That will only take a 3-2 vote coming up in the June decision-making that you'll have for our next fiscal budget. On a macroeconomic level, I would say with regard to vehicle replacement fund and some of the other items you saw up there, I can tell you non-anecdotally that the manufacturing and distribution of vehicles has changed dramatically. A lot of the car manufacturers are going towards the higher end vehicles, getting more yield for the rubber on the road, and not making some of the vehicles that we would ordinarily be buying for the city, the more stripped down versions of them, which is pushing a lot of things into the used car market and increasing the cost of those things. So there's a little bit of a macroeconomic impact on what's going on with our vehicles and sourcing and the cost of those things. Yeah. Thank you all very much. Thank you for the report.
Thanks. Anyone else from the public want to come down and speak? My only comments, Winnie, is big transparency person, big line item. If you produce a 10,000 page budget that shows every single little item, I'd be fine with that. I know our city manager would not like that and appreciate that. I'm not saying we're going to print it, but it's, I look at intensely look at other city budgets all the time, other city agendas and budgets on a weekly, almost weekly basis. Just went through Huntington Beach actually just the other day. They do things differently, and they're good things to bring out from those budgets and ideas. And the way, for instance, Hermosa Beach, you can actually see how much the parking meters in certain areas drive revenue. So it's kind of really nice to have. And that way, electronic, we can actually have that information. So it's good for the public to know and see. They ask questions, and then they come down and they make suggestions.
Absolutely. If I may, Mayor Pro Tem, just to give you an idea, I wanted to be respectful to the craft here, right? That nothing's broken, and respect the craft of the history that's gone on. I'm a cost accountant by background, right? So I break it down from pen to fiber optics, right? But I wanted to respect the process to understand, because you got to know what you're going to get into before you even start, right? I'm all about transparency. We are stewards of the residents' dollars. And that's, I think my job here is to take the complex and make it simple, right? Simple so that this isn't a calculus 3 class, right? I have learned from City Manager Wizanski this week that he is a firecracker, and he is briefing me with so much respect that I can catch it all. And, but that's exciting. 3/4 of the reason why I'm here is because of that motivation and loyalty to his vision. So, we're going to ask some questions. I have some questions to ask as far as where we're going to go, what's driving. I think budget is an art form. But there's some questions I still need answered to give you better transparency and information that's relevant not only to your constituents, but to you all. So that's my commitment, is that right now I'm a scholar of the process right now. And then, again, with the guidance and vision of City Manager Wizanski and where he wants to go with your designation and order, we're going to get to go there. So that's my simple process on how to do this. Just like I said, I want to respect the craft, but I hear you loud and clear. And learning what's relevant, like I said, to our community is what we're going to strive for here, in accurate, transparent numbers.
And I would add that, the last couple budgets have certainly added much more line item detail than we've had in the past. And if Wendy can find a careful way to, show more of it on a line item basis, I'm all for it. Just making sure that all the numbers add up in the correct categories at the end. That's the
most important part.
That's the most important part. So
got it. Councilmember Baji.
I just wanted to comment on the humility of the treasurer to sit out there and then come up to the microphone and use only 3 minutes. But I also think that and I noticed this when I was obviously recording from on Zoom, but isn't that odd that a staff member is like coming to the microphone and speaking from the lectern rather than like, getting to participate on budget items from the side there? Because I swear I've seen treasurer deals speaking from over there.
No. He would only speak from over here if he were presenting to you his quarterly report or one of his items. He wouldn't present from up here on the budget.
Okay, got it. All right. No. Well, anyways, I just wanted to commend you, Treasurer Solomon. Thank you for still coming to the meetings, even though you got elected, still paying attention to the budget items. And you've left the Budget and Finance Commission, I take it? All right. And still, thank you for your service.
I'll make a motion to receive and file the report and take and accept staff recommendations for the mid-year budget report.
I'll second that.
Any other comments from the public? Anyone from Zoom?
So for the record, there are no Zoom or e-comments.
Okay, perfect. And the city treasurer deals with revenues, not expenditures, which I learned. All right. All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
No, and no one opposed. Passed unanimously. All right, onwards to item.
Wait a minute.
Oh, you're gonna read it.
Resolution. Adopt by four-fifths vote and by title only resolution number CC-2304-041, a resolution City Council City of Redondo Beach, California, modifying the budget for fiscal year 2022-23. Thank you.
All right, item N3. This is our city attorney's item regarding possible action regarding strategic plan objective report, the status of homeless services, metrics, and a dedicated mental health clinician.
So thank you. We're going to start a PowerPoint in a minute, and it's essentially mostly really good news with one bad news item or item to be fixed. But before I begin, we have Joy Abakine, Joy Ford, our quality of life prosecutor and who runs Homeless Court, who will give the presentation in conjunction with Lila Ramira, our city's housing navigator. We also have Ronson Chu from the South Bay COG, who's been a great partner. And I want to start with, because I know he has to work tomorrow, so we're going to take it slightly out of order, Ramon Rendon, who is the person from Harbor Interfaith who runs and is in charge of the pallet shelter located in Redondo Beach. And he also has been the shared housing navigator shared between Hermosa, Manhattan, and Redondo. And he has a good perspective of what makes Redondo unique in terms of the ultimate housing of people. So if you can come up, Ramon, then you're free to go afterwards.
As if you're being kept.
Well, you know.
All right. Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you guys again. Joy, Mike. Yeah, my name is Ramon Rendon. I'm with Harbor Interface Services. I'm the Beach Cities Director. I oversee 4 separate contracts with Beach Cities, one with Manhattan Beach, shared contract with all 4 beach cities, Redondo, Hermosa, Manhattan, and El Segundo. I also oversee the pallet shelter in Redondo Beach and a standalone contract with the city of Redondo Beach that provides housing navigation. And so what I've been saying for the past 2 years is maybe more is that Redondo Beach is a good model program for what other cities should do as far as helping their homeless community. First of all, Homeless Court. I started working with Homeless Court back when it was in Torrance Courthouse, housing navigation outreach. And what I saw with Homeless Court is that it builds, it holds the individuals accountable. It builds esteem also. We work closely with the individuals. We know where to find them. And then eventually the Redondo Beach Pallet Shelter opened, and people who are part of the Homeless Court went to the Redondo Beach Pallet Shelter. And since that Redondo Beach Pallet Shelter has opened, we've housed, 79 residents since 2020 have been entered in the Redondo Beach Pallet Shelter, and 59 have exited. Out of those 59, 47 have been permanently housed, and 9 have chosen to return to the streets. And unfortunately, because it is a pallet shelter, and we are working with humans to have passed away within our care. And so...
Sorry, could you run through those numbers again?
Redondo Beach really, they build a rapport or a relationship with DMV, Department of Motor Vehicles. So we provide a flyer to our clients. A housing navigator will then, take a client who needs an ID or, some sort of identification, and we get that squared away. I know we have built a relationship with Social Security Administration. So what I'm trying to get at is that Redondo Beach, Joy and Mike and Lila, they have gotten rid of so many barriers that we have ran into that keep people from successfully being placed into homes. And so, you know, in the Beach Cities meeting, typically Manhattan Beach, because I like to, they're a very special city, is that they need to, you know, take notes off what Redondo Beach is doing. You know, I know Torrance has, which is great, City of Hawthorne. I believe Gardena is in the process. We've had Lawndale visit us, Hawthorne, before they had their pallet shelter, City of Malibu. Different places have visited us, and I like to say that the Redondo Beach pallet shelter is very small but mighty, and it's also a pioneer when it comes to the tiny home villages, is what people are calling them. And now we have 20 pallets, which is great. And you know, we all work together, you know, to really help these people successfully get housed.
And we'll have the stats in the presentation, so.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. On the pallet shelter, could you just repeat those numbers one more time, please?
Yeah, of course. I usually give them, typically I was giving them the Joy monthly.
All right, so I'll take a look.
We have it in the,
All right, thank
going
you.
out of order, so.
We'll get back there.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Any questions for Ramon, or is he?
No, it's great seeing you again, man.
Nice seeing you
How's-
too.
how's it going?
Nils during the height of COVID at PRK.
Project Room Key.
We were just throwing,
Hotel Sunrise.
yeah, just
Sunrise
Lila and
Hotel.
I were into shoving homeless individuals in the van and dropping them off, trying to get people in safe places.
Oh, that was an experience. I learned a lot.
Yeah.
Learned a lot. It was great meeting you and see you guys in action. You know what was really amazing actually was to see the different groups like PATH, Harbor Interfaith, Salvation Army, can go on. The way they worked or lacked working of, and it really comes down to a quality team that is motivated to get things done. And I immediately noticed which groups I would want to work with, not work with. So you guys were obviously one of them.
Yeah.
And it was amazing meeting you guys. Lila, the first time I met you down there, I was like, wait, I know you. Wait, I know you.
Thank you.
Thanks for all your work there, obviously over many years, and taking pride in that. Question, Leadership Redondo did some improvements to the shelters, right?
Yeah.
Did some paint. What kind of effect does that have on the residents? Like, do they appreciate it, or they're like, whatever?
No,
Or what does it have any positive
The effect that I noticed, so we do have house meetings now. The effect that I noticed is people do treat the pallet shelter with respect, as if it was their own home. You know, not just like a stepping stone, which it is essentially, but they respect it. They feel at home. They feel safe. It's very quiet there. If you guys haven't had the new council members, if you guys haven't had a chance to visit, it's really quiet. Redondo leadership all came out and just had a big fellowship where everyone painted the pallets, provided welcome mats, and just like a welcome home kit for the residents there.
Are there other improvements that you think?
Yes. So recently, because we are contracted with DHS, Department of Health Services, they have a mobile clinic. So they're coming out to provide all physical and medical needs. Also, they provide a mental health clinician, which is something that, you know, on the street level, we direly need. Like,
How often?
How often? Once a month at this point. We just started. They just came over. Today's Tuesday? Yes. Yesterday. They just came over yesterday, and they'll be back in 2 weeks.
Okay, so they only get to see that mental health clinician once a month.
So when it comes to the mental health clinician, eventually to be as often as that person needs to be seen. Yeah.
So a follow-up question on the shelter. So it's been there for a few years now, or a couple of years at least. And have you started to attract walk-in traffic that's interested in like living at the shelter?
No.
No,
Very
still?
rare.
Yeah.
It's very rare. It's very, still very tucked away, you know, like.
And how about the transit center now that it's super close by to y'all? are you noticing the same kind of aggregation? So right before this old transit center shut down, I got complaints and I got pictures. I visited myself of unhoused folks camping out there and living there with their shopping carts and like. Is that happening at the new transit center now?
No, we were concerned about that it would bring in a lot of, it hasn't changed. It's still the same.
And prior to the grand opening of the transit center, you had contacted me about the lack of parking for you folks.
You worked it out.
You worked it out.
Yes.
Okay. Because then I went to the transit center and I was like, this parking lot is enormous.
I know.
And I can't imagine it's full ever. But okay, you got parking.
Yeah,
Good.
they're great. I just needed to communicate with them, and they provided. They're going to provide just ticket placements that shows that they're allowed to park there.
Okay. That's Joyce Rooney and the company.
Yes, the residents who have vehicles.
All right.
Ongoing.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks. And feel free to continue to reach out to me if anything comes up.
Definitely.
Thank you.
I do want to highlight, I'm not sure if you guys have ever noticed, there was an older female who used to sleep right here on the corner with the umbrella.
Oh, yeah.
Also, we met her on the beach. Didn't want to be around anyone, but we were successfully, with the help of Redondo Beach PD, specifically Sergeant Strassnyder, successfully got her into the Redondo Beach Pallet Shelter. And most likely she's going to be a lifer because I was just like, I'm trying to figure out how we can help her because she doesn't want to talk to anyone and she's allergic and, so just a case that I've never really worked with, which is interesting. And then there was another resident who has been sleeping he's been homeless for about 20 years. His vehicle has been living spaces. We've tried since I was brand new to get him into housing. He finally said yes, but unfortunately his vehicle had to get impounded. But nonetheless, he said yes. He's sleeping sound in our Redondo Beach Pallet Shelter.
She kept a very compact house right here on city property,
the people
right?
love it. They feel safe.
And she knew her rights, I heard. And thanks to our city attorney, the police knew theirs, that as soon as they had a bed for her, they could ask her to go there.
Oh, yeah, Carolyn. Yes.
All right.
Any more questions? Good. So I just want to ask.
One question.
Yeah.
I mean, how many people have we not moved out of there who've been there for more than 6 months?
How many people what?
Have been there for more than 6 months. So we have
2.
Okay.
Yeah.
There was a time period where there wasn't permanent supportive housing opening, and they each have different levels of acuity and need. But Ramon and Lila have done an amazing job when permanent supportive housing opens anywhere in getting to the front of the line and getting those people placed, and in part because this process gets them ready. We remove all the obstacles, so if there's a location, a bed available, they can get them in there. So it sped up the process. It was really quick at first getting them placed. It slowed down for a while and it sped back up. So, but permanent supportive housing is a bigger issue than Redondo can really deal with. And so we have to get everybody ready so that when it opens up, we can get the people housed.
Yeah. And to really elaborate on the readiness part is just imagine if you were sleeping sound in your bed and abruptly moved and put on the street. It's the same thing for a person who's been sleeping on the street for quite some time and abruptly moved into housing. So this is a good opportunity for that person to feel stability and kind of go through that transition, because we've placed people into housing and they've died, whether they've self-inflicted or, physical ailments or whatever, they've died in housing also.
I know.
Good?
Yep. Good.
I know.
Thank you.
I did.
All right.
All right.
I did have one quick question, if I may,
Yeah,
Mayor Pro Tem.
you may.
Of the, thank you, Ramon, for being here tonight and everything you've been doing. And we've spoken before, and I appreciate you always been available to answer questions. Of the unhoused or the people who've been at the pallet shelter who did pass away, did any of them pass away at the pallet shelter facility?
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. good. So I saw an opportunity that someone took a selfie earlier, so I was wondering if we can take one.
$5 though.
You're gonna pay me $5?
By the way,
Each, you're going to get $25. See what you started.
All right.
All right, 1, 2, 3.
There you go. Good night.
And
Good night.
Ron, let me apologize
Drive
for
safe.
not moving all three of you, Ronson, Lila, and you, up in the agenda. So, you know, so I didn't.
All
All
right,
right,
onwards.
now-
Presentation?
Now we'll go with the presentation. It's good news. The council had put on its strategic plan an update on the metrics, and the metrics are really encouraging. And I think by any standard, and we have become a leader. We received a call this week, and Lila can tell you about it, from Housing Navigator in Kansas City, Missouri, who did a lot of research on homeless court and said, based on her research, it all comes back to Redondo. She got approval to fly out to Redondo Beach to observe a future homeless court. So that's anecdotal. I'll turn it over to Joy to go through. Then we'll have Lila speak, Ronson Chu from the South Bay COG, and then I get the bad item. The celebration is all them. I save for myself the not so good item. So, Joy?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Joy Abikin Ford. I am the Quality of Life Prosecutor, Redondo Beach. And tonight we will be presenting on the metrics of our homeless services. The point in time count for the homeless population in the County of Los Angeles was held in February of 2022. And the results showed 99 people experiencing homelessness in Redondo Beach, which is the lowest it has been since 2015.
I'm going to correct that because.
Sorry,
2013.
2013.
Yes, so it's you can see on there it's lower than the 165 in 2015. So 2013 was the last time it was lower.
And that is a 44% decrease from the 2020 point-in-time count. And 2021, there was no point-in-time count due to COVID. So we were very happy to see that increase. In the county, there was a 4.1 increase. And in our service planning area, Spot 8, there was a 17.4 increase in the homeless population. So where regionally there was an increase, we saw a big decrease in our homeless population. We contract with CityNet to conduct a census. This started in 2021 because there was no point-in-time count. So we had CityNet do a census in 2021, which had a number of 92 unsheltered people in Redondo Beach. In 2022, their report showed 85 unsheltered people, so there's also a decrease in their census as well. But just so you know, the census and the point-in-time count have two very different methods. Where in the census, they personally interview people they see over a span of 2 days. The county point-in-time count might see a shelter or a tent or a vehicle, and without knowing whether there's a person or a number of people in there, assign a certain number per a formula. Our homeless court has had 41 graduates since 2019. We have an average attendance rate of 79%, with some months at 100% attendance rate. We've placed about 75% of our participants either in interim housing or permanent housing. And many cities have either already replicated or are trying to replicate our homeless court. Long Beach has started theirs. City of Torrance is in the process of starting theirs. The City of Bell is coming tomorrow to our homeless court session. And the city of Santa Monica, although they already have their own homeless court, are trying to change their homeless court so that it models our program. Our pallet shelter has permanently housed, tonight, Ramon said 47, so my numbers are a little outdated here, but Councilman Obaji, his numbers were 79 total. 59 people have exited the program. 47 of the 59 were permanently housed. 9 chose to go back to the streets, and about 2 have passed away. So our...
Is that after passed away, after returning to the streets?
No.
Just incidentally not at the shelters?
Yes, and he did mention that they were not in the shelter at the time that they passed away.
Do you have any information as to the cause of death of those 2 individuals?
Let's.
I don't think we can comment on that.
Yeah, not specific, but you can imagine the health issues that go along with being long-term unhoused.
Okay, thank you.
Our pallet shelter has a 62% rate of exits from shelter to permanent housing. And in comparison, the shelters in Spot 8 has a 17% rate of exits from shelter to permanent housing. We also have our bridge housing in Wilmington. That is a picture of the single room unit apartments in Wilmington that we rent 5 units from. We've gotten 9 people permanently housed, and that is a 47% rate of exits to permanent housing. On the right is a picture of a homeless court graduation where the participant stayed at the Wilmington Bridge housing. And so the person speaking is the property manager, and the person standing next to me is the property owner. And when we told them that their tenant was graduating from our homeless court, they eagerly wanted to come attend to participate in that ceremony where we all say very nice things about our graduates before giving them a certificate and dismissing their case. The city attorney's office has received over $2.8 million in grants. These are the various county and state grants that we have applied for and received. Lila Omura, our homeless housing navigator, has housed 38 people. She's been with the city for a year and 4 months now. And in that time, she's permanently housed 38 people. She has placed 107 people in interim housing. And I just wanted to show the chart on the left. She's not only a housing navigator, but she wears many hats. She is a retention manager. She has prevented families from losing their homes. She follows up with her clients who are already housed when their new case managers calls her and says, we need your help because this person wants to leave or doesn't want to take their medication. She's talking to landlords every day, trying to find new housing for her clients. And on the right, you can see that the majority of her referrals come from the police department. Next come from mayor and council members. After that, from staff members like Public Works, the library, Parks and Rec, and next to that would be outside agencies such as the Beach Cities Health District, and every now and then residents will call or text her. Last year, we received the Helen Putnam Award, and we were invited to have an exhibit at the annual conference. The picture on the left is our exhibit. And on the second day of the conference was the day the point in time numbers came out. So we had to prepare a board with blank numbers and Velcro so that when the numbers came out, we were able to put the point in time results on there. And you can see how excited we all were to see that 44% decrease. And I can take any questions.
And then, I was going to get to the not so good part now and then call Lila and Ronson up so we can end on a more positive note. The one thing I want to thank Ronson for is I went to law school because I can't do math, but my original figure was lower than 44% because I couldn't imagine that it had decreased that much. And when I showed it to Lila, she said, no, that's wrong. It's gone down more than that. And so Ronson called and said, no, you're double counting. It is actually a 44% reduction. And I was happy with whatever I thought it was at the time, like 20%. So the part that's not so good is the second part of the progress on a dedicated mental health clinician. So Councilman Obaji made a motion, so it was added to the strategic plan to what was the status of the enhanced response and what did we recommend going forward. So Lila, Joanne, and I prepared a report, submitted it to the council on May 10th. And we had 3 recommendations, but by far, number 1 recommendation was getting a dedicated mental health clinician, hiring them in the city, the way we did with adding Lila as a city employee. The council voted to go forward. So we prepared a budget decision package, which I think was budget decision package 48. That would be hiring the person and assigning to our office. The actual motion that was passed was to fund a third of it and put it in the police department. What that led to was we were done with it. If the original motion decision package had been added, we would start work, the way we did with Lyle, would start work on job spec and then consulted with the unions as to which union it should be put in, and then return that job spec to the council for approval, and then recruited and hired the person and probably had them up and running in less than 6 months. Lila took 6 months, but a lot of that was Lila because she didn't want to let go any of her past clients to have them unresolved. So she chose to wait in January. Because it was in the police department, we don't handle any of those tasks for another department. And because only a third was funded, then the police department doesn't create a job spec. So in essence, it's been a lost year. The city manager has had some high-level communications with Hermosa and Manhattan Beach city managers that they're generally in favor of it. I don't know of any council-to-council further communications, and I know it hasn't trickled down to staff. Hermosa also individually applied for $1 million grant and received it from Ted Lieu to fund their own program. Manhattan Beach, El Segundo are participating with them and maybe seeking some COG grants. Joy received a communication, because we also do prosecution for Hermosa, from the deputy city manager wondering why Redondo wasn't participating. And it appears to have fallen through the cracks in the departments that otherwise would have fallen in. So the bad news is it's still our number 1 priority. I still strongly recommend that the council address it in the near term. It got worse for a while because the DMH person that was assigned to police promoted. We lost her. And so the police had, I think, the police sent an email in like November that we didn't have them. We now have a mental health clinician, but their response is not something that the city can count on. And it's really important for the city to have its own. It's good to share, just as we do, as Ramon mentioned, with the other cities. But it's really important for the city to have its own. And now, whether that be an employee or a contractor is open to further exploration. One of the things that we haven't received and we haven't spent yet is the $500,000 from Assemblyman Marisucci for homeless court. And if the council chooses to at least initially place either the contract or the position in my office, it's likely we can fund a large part of it through homeless court. I've taken the opportunity since Ronson was here to explore the option of having the COG help possibly pay for some of it so we don't have to use that big a chunk of change. But that really does need to be addressed. And I think Lila and Ronson can talk about what makes Redondo unique, but I think you need to hear from Lila about the need for it. Ramon talked about it, but there were 2 calls this week where we could have definitely used it. And that need will exist beyond the homeless crisis. There's a mental health crisis, and having that person who can respond, it's good to cooperate with others, but having that person whose job it is to focus on Redondo helps. For example, when Lila came in, when she was always great, and she is literally redefining the housing navigator position. But when she was with Harbor Interfaith, she was mandated by their rules to start and end her day in San Pedro. And we had to get permission from them to allow her to flex her time to go to Dominguez Park to address the people that were parked there. If there's a need now, if we get resident complaints to go out to, I remember there was one situation on Artesia where you passed along a complaint from a business owner. The person was sleeping there, their workers. Lila was there the next day.
Yeah, she was.
Because we flexed her time and we could, that is something you can't get with a shared person. So we've been able to fund it, and I think for the meantime that needs to be addressed. Okay, that's the end of my negativity. I'll let them address not only what the positives, but also so you can hear from her of the need. And I know that you saw a lot of the calls where either people complain to you or of your own volition, you pass it along, which is great. But a lot of the people are people suffering a mental crisis. And it needs to be more than just Lila or more than just the police. The last issue, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last issue was something the Mayor Pro Tem had a referral and put as part of it, and that had to do with a possible addition to our no camping ordinance, within 500 yards. So remember in Martin versus Boise, one of the allowable provisions was you can enforce it in certain locations and certain times. And the certain times has been very useful in not having large homeless encampments, because they have to tear down the camp every day, or it can be enforced. It can be cited against them. The only location so there were 3 locations, and I'll go through in reverse order. First is the pier. I included a citation that the police do in fact enforce regarding no camping on the pier. So that isn't a problem. The second is Veterans Park, and I mentioned that would be within community development, and so I consult with Brandy Forbes, and that really can't practically get through and get Coastal Commission approval until the middle of next year. And the other thing that I will remind the more experienced council members and inform the newer ones is that I did a presentation at the request of Mayor Pro Tem in September of 2021. And that had to do with, LA was talking about restricting it in certain locations. Well, the problem with that, parks, other, near schools, the problem is it will become like stop signs where everyone's going to, I saw a homeless individual in this park. We need to add the addition. And I showed a graphic that if you included all those places, you're going to force them into residential areas. And that is not going to be an improvement. The time location is good. The location around the pallet shelters was prudent, and we recommended it because there have been locations of other homeless shelters where people have lined up because next in line got the next available location. And so we don't do that. But initially, when we first opened it, we had a resident in Torrance who was sleeping in a very nearby park, showed up and wanted in. And we had to explain it's for Redondo residents that we have a waiting list of long-term Redondo residents. And so that was passed. I only say that to the other location was Project Moonstone. So 500 yards of Project Moonstone, part of it is in the coastal zone. So that's going to have to get approval because it's on the east side of PCH. The other part wouldn't have to do it. And I'm not saying you can't do it, but it would depend on the findings that you make. So for example, I recommended fully to pass the homeless shelter because there were examples of homeless shelters where that had been a problem. I'm not aware of, and I would certainly be open to, and if the direction is, okay, can you explore it? I'm not aware of any permanent housing locations where that, homeless encampments have sprung up because nobody gets an apartment by being the first person outside. And so the defensibility of that is going to be based on what a court views of the factual findings that you make in terms of the need for it. So if you want to have, that's the law. If you want direct us to do more exploration of if there are any, we can look at both Project Homekey and we can look at permanent supportive housing in general. And we don't have to restrict ourselves to California, but it's not as clear as it was in the pallet shelter location. And with that, I'll turn it over to Lila to talk about how Redondo is different and also the need for Redondo to have its own dedicated mental health clinician.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Thank you so much for letting us share tonight and give an update on the crazy year that we've had. I can only do so much. I do the best that I can. I'm not a mental health clinician. Just yesterday morning, going down Broadway, right at Diamond, I'm going into our parking lot. There's this guy at the corner just flipping out, throwing stuff, kicking stuff. There's, women walking their dogs. And so I'm like, oh my goodness, what am I going to do at 7 a.m.? And so I just parked my car and I just kind of walked. He was still throwing stuff in the car, throwing stuff in the street. And I was afraid. I was by myself. I said, I probably shouldn't approach him because this is not safe. So I did call the police to see if they could just be on standby, maybe not pull up with me, but just be on standby because I didn't know the guy. Thankfully, as I got close, I recognized him. And so I just sat with him for about an hour to just calm him down. He was having a major episode. And he was very paranoid. He was just, so he turns around and he's like, people are following me. People are taking pictures of me. People are videotaping me. And he's like, look. And he's pointing across the street. And it was the mayor taking a video of us right at that moment. So I'm like, it's okay. So it took like another hour to calm him down. And I'm like, you know what? Now that he was a little calm, I could put him in my vehicle and, without any, calling the police because he was now calm, but it doesn't always happen that way. There's people that just come and go. My clients, yes, the ones that are here all the time, that's not a problem. But it's a lot of the new ones that just come on the buses for a day or two. And the ones that have been here a long time that you see on the street, those are the ones with severe mental health issues. And again, it's years and years of outreaching and to try to get a county mental health clinician out here. Just this last one, I have an appointment for next Monday. It's taken 7 weeks. And this is someone with severe mental health. A referral was accepted. They came out to talk to the individual and said he fits our criteria and he needs a higher level of care, because these individuals will never walk into a clinic on their own. But their second appointment, 7 weeks, that's too long. We need someone here that can outreach the individual every day to get them to that level that they need. A lot of them will not succeed at the pallet shelter. So what do we do with them when they are not stable, not on their medication? They stay on our streets, or they're, in and out of jail, and that's not helping them. So, and another thing, if the police do put the individual on a hold, gravely disabled or 5150, I can follow them. They do all their paperwork. They may be there for hours trying to locate a bed. But when they do find one, they have to sit there with the individual. It could be at Harbor UCLA. They could be there for 5-6 hours waiting.
They being the police?
Yeah. Yeah, just waiting for them to be accepted. But to turn around, so they do all that, they get accepted, and then maybe 24 hours, 48 hours later, they're back at the exact same location. So we need someone to be able to follow up. I have no access to the mental health system, their system, to be able to call a psych ward where the individual is at and just share, hey, this person is a threat to themselves or to others. You cannot discharge them back onto the street. They cannot care for themselves. And right now, we can't do that. We can't. So I can get them there. It may take, could take all day, and then they're just back out on the street because I don't have access to their system. So the ones that are left on our streets that you see are the ones that we are waiting for the county to come down and either start conservatorship, but that takes a very long time. It could take years for them to get conserved. But what do we do in the meantime? You guys are the ones getting the calls. So it would be helpful to have our own and not someone contracted, because they're only going to do so much. So, yeah, that'll be helpful.
And we have, there's an article in the Times, we're not alone, but this is the biggest need. We're not cutting edge on this the way we are with everything else. And that's the thing we need. I still am happy to try initially lead it so we can use the money that is designed for homeless court, perhaps partner with a COG as we've done from the start, if the council directs us to do so. Okay, enough of the negative. Do you want to talk about what makes Redondo, why the metrics are so good, other than your fabulous?
Can I just share one more thing that happened yesterday? There was another individual in the police department that wanted services. So after speaking with him, he shared that he was schizophrenic, bipolar, and he was not feeling well. So voluntarily, so we didn't have to use PD, he said, take me to a facility. I'm not feeling well. I think I need to be watched because he thought he may want to hurt himself. So he went voluntarily, perfect. So I rushed him over to Harbor UCLA Urgent Care, the mental Exodus. And it's early in the morning, it's before 10 o'clock. And we get there and they say, sorry, we're at capacity. I said, the guy's suicidal. We'll wait. Can you just help us? Sorry, go to Martin Luther King Hospital. So I called them first and they go, we have 2 seats left. And I'm like, gosh, it's like 10 o'clock. And they said, if you could get here in a few minutes, we'll hold the one seat. So we fly over to Martin Luther King Hospital, and the line is out the door. And this is for a walk-in mental health facility, urgent care. So, you know, after an hour, he was not doing well. And I thought I might have to call 911 because he was starting, because we were waiting so long and driving all over the place. And that's not helpful for him at all. It's not helping him when he's reaching out for help, and I don't have access to those facilities. But positive. We have, since starting with with the city, I would say the 4 years I worked for Harbor Interfaith in Redondo versus the 1 year I've been here with the city, I feel in that 1 year, I've done way more work, you know, compared to the 4 years, because the restrictions aren't there. If one of, you know, the mayor or one of you guys call, I don't know, it could be at 6 a.m., 10 p.m., they'll allow me to respond. If I need to get to the hospital for someone that is in a facility that they're trying to discharge, they give me the freedom to go straight to the hospital. Or any nonprofit, that would never happen. It's 8 to 5, and that is it. You are forbidden to work on the weekends or even a minute over your time. I mean, you'll get written up. So yeah, we have moved a lot of people. And when Safe Landing opened, this amazing resource not too far away, in 2 days, because they were doing intakes, 24-hour intakes right when they opened, we were able to, I know the report said 30-something, but it was like 40 people in 2 days working 24 hours. And now it's full. And we're actually banned from taking people there because there's too many Redondo people there. But had I worked for a nonprofit, that would have not had happened either. Yeah.
If you could take a seat, Ronson can talk
Yes,
about,
great.
well, she'll be available. And just,
I'll make this
if
quick,
Ronson can talk about our partnership and what makes Redondo unique.
Yeah, I originally had thought this was going to be public comment, so this will be pretty quick. Honorable City Council members, my name is Ronson Chu. I work for the South Bay City's Council of Government on homelessness programs and also senior programs as well. I also live in Redondo Beach, so I'm a constituent as well. It's been amazing to see that Redondo has reduced its homelessness by 44% since 2020. We've seen other cities around the county that have actually increased their homelessness numbers. So we're going against the trend, and that's really amazing to see. The COG would like to congratulate the Redondo Beach City Council and the city's attorney's office for the successes that you've had. It's been a pleasure working with the existing city council members. I look forward to working with the new city council members as well going forward. I also want to give a shout out to the police department, also other city staff members that have really helped in this effort. I think it's needless to say, the city has been a model of success for other cities in our region and also statewide and I guess now nationwide as well. Torrance opened up their pallet shelter last year, following in Redondo Beach's footsteps. They're now also looking at the homeless court. Hawthorne just had a ribbon cutting ceremony last week for their tiny village that they just opened up. So other cities are definitely following the footsteps. And it's kind of cool to live in a city where we're leading the way on this issue, on this nationwide issue. So I mean, kudos to all of you for doing this tremendous work. There are some dark clouds on the horizon. We estimate that there are over 300 evictions a month in the South Bay. So these are people that are falling into homelessness. We continue to get calls every week of seniors falling behind on their rent because they're not keeping up with rent inflation. Their Social Security checks are just not keeping up. At the COG, we're looking to further support our cities through our client aid program and new programs such as a housing subsidy program, an extended stay motel program, shared housing, and we also need to look at supplementing mental health services in our area, as Lila and the city attorney has spoken about. The last thing I really want to point out, that, and you don't see this in the stats, I think it's really important to note that the people Lila have been housing, all of them have Redondo Beach ties. We've housed mothers with daughters in our elementary schools, in my kids' elementary schools even. We housed restaurant workers that work in Redondo Beach. We've housed actually even ex-city employees. So these are residents of Redondo Beach that have really strong ties to the city that have fallen on hard times. And what most of the people Lila is housing, they're actually going outside of the city. So we're actually housing them outside Redondo Beach because of our affordability issues and the lack of available rents. We actually work a lot, actually reuniting people with their families back in Connecticut, Florida, Texas, and other parts of the states. But we have homeless neighbors that can't move and are left behind. You know, those are the families with kids in our elementary schools, seniors that have lived here for over 20, 30 years, and those who are maybe disabled. These people can't really move. So that's why I want to also say that I'm really happy to see Project Moonstone coming online, hopefully this year. This will provide supportive housing that's much needed for our Redondo Beach neighbors in Redondo Beach. So thank you.
Thank you, Ron.
And with that, that's our report, and certainly all of us were available to answer any questions.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Baji.
All right. I wish Ramon was still here because I actually had a couple questions for him, but I'm sorry, I might have missed it. How many people are currently living at the pallet shelters? I know that we have 2.
I just asked him, it's 100%.
Well, okay,
Yeah,
but that's my point.
20.
Like they said there's 2 per house now. Is it every single one?
No, it's 20 people. One pallet shelter is vacant. So, but we cannot currently place anybody in the vacant one, and that's because per rules, they can only have 20 person per housing navigator. So Harper Interfaith won't allow us to use the vacant one. Okay. We've approached them, and we're going to have a meeting in the near future to see if they'll allow Lila to be the housing navigator and do the intake for that blank, because there's one couple for that 21st, because every bed is crucially needed.
So another question would be, as far as, is there a maximum number of pallet shelters that you could have in a community, in an area? And this is just asking the question, I'm not proposing any ideas, but without that, if you expanded it, that you would start to basically have problems in the shelters because you have too many unhoused people living together, and then that could cause problems.
Yeah, there are much bigger models. We could put more into the location that we have, but that would potentially take away from the atmosphere at the pallet shelter. I don't know that there's a fixed a number. There's certainly a need for more, but it's not really a science. It's
I mean, but there is a huge. Well, I don't want. We'll deal with that at another point in time. Okay. My other questions are, what number of the people who are currently in the house, of the 20 people in the shelters, just haven't ever graduated and have been there more or less since the beginning? Is that basically
that was
40 or
that was
38%?
the 2 people that had been there more than 6 months, because we got, there's a delay if there isn't permanent supportive housing or whatever the type they need. If somebody has real acute needs, you're going to have to find them not just an apartment. The one person that used to be on the beach and then was at City Hall for the longest time will be one of the last unhoused persons that we can resolve. We will resolve it, but right now she's not causing any problems. She's staying by herself. She's just not moving along. And if we had her exit the pallet shelter, she would be somewhere else in the community living under her umbrellas. And so as of right now, we still think that's a better place for both her and the community, because it took a lot of effort to get her to accept that, and we don't want to needlessly change that.
And I know that there's a housing crisis obviously going on, and we're doing everything we can here in Redondo to get more affordable housing out there. But what does it look like, on the macro scale? Is more affordable housing coming online due to the efforts in LA County, LA City? Are we having more opportunities to graduate people from the shelters to other places, or does this persist to be a problem?
I think there's good and bad with everything. I think the county and the LA City now actually have a partnership where they're building more stuff, and we're well suited to get people into that permanent supportive housing. At the same time, there are ever increasing people at risk. And so, it's both. And we can only do what we can control, which is try and address our unhoused. And if every city, when we first set it up, it was specifically to address our unhoused, and with the goal that other neighbors would duplicate it. And that's now happening. I think Mayor Brand, I recall when Supervisor Hahn, because the pallet shelter was very controversial at the time, had said, what is all the controversy about a 20-unit pallet shelter? It's tiny. And the mayor said, truthfully, it's 20 more than Manhattan, Hermosa, PV, the entire Hill, Torrance, all our neighbors have. Yeah. And now you're having, bigger ones in the other cities. So if they address their problem and we address ours, we'll eventually get our way out of this crisis.
Right. And at least one other question. And I just really a brief response because I'm getting to a point here, and it's already late, so I'd like to cut folks loose. But I missed the slide. What was the current estimated number of unhoused people we have on the streets in Redondo Beach?
The point in time, I think, was 99.
99.
And the city net, which I tend to think is more accurate, was 82. It's different methodologies.
89 or 82. All right. So the reason I ask these questions is my concern about unhoused folks here in Redondo Beach is ongoing, and it's ongoing because I see the situations out in the city of Los Angeles, around our periphery, and it's bad out there, folks. I mean, just take a look at street people of Los Angeles, street people of Beverly Hills. Maybe I'm consuming the wrong media, and I'm being biased by that. But I'm very concerned about this going the other way, and I don't want to lift our foot off the pedal off of what we have been doing and are doing, and would like to keep at it. So, by the way, on that note, how the external sources of funding that we've used in the past, be it the county, the state, the federal government, are those diminishing as they focus kind of on themselves, or as this, for example, the state budget, I think, went into a deficit or didn't have as big of a surplus, and so they're going to pulled back on homeless services.
Yeah, I think it's so much of a priority. I don't think that will happen. We'll see what happens with a bill for the homeless court pilot project. If that gets funded, then that's a unique source of revenue for us, where we just have to keep doing what we're already doing. So it's an unknown. What I will say, compared to 2019, it's a lot easier to get money because we have a proven track record. So it's much easier to go to a supervisor or go to the COG and say, we want to continue doing this program that has demonstrably worked. Whereas in 2019, when I was pitching it, it was like, okay, well, we don't know if it will work.
And I appreciate this coming back now. I recall what prompted me to ask for this to be agendized was I'd seen Ms. Omora Garcia? Yes, Ms. Omora Garcia in the parking lot. I said, Lila, how's it going? What's going on out there? What do you need from me? She said, a mental health clinician. Okay, came back, and that was the referral that night. And so my question is actually for police and fire. When you have officers, firefighters who face traumatic situation, and you send them to mental health counseling, is that with somebody who's on staff with the city, or is that outside the city, some outside clinician, or if that's a practice? But I feel like I've heard that before.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. We have a contract with a psychologist that specializes in police services. So we use it for a variety of things, everything from debriefs after a critical incident to meeting with people in the department for a variety of reasons after some sort of traumatic incident where we think that counseling may be appropriate or an option. And that's with an outside third-party psychologist that is not on city staff, that is just retained through a contract.
And not the type that you'd send to go treat a homeless person?
No, not even remotely close.
Right, okay. Thank you for that clarification. So on this subject, I did want to fund this last year. And, to their credit, they put together a great budget that saved the city a ton of money and maybe saved us too much money. But the idea was Councilmembers Narenheim and Lowenstein, but the idea was that there would be some collaboration from Hermosa and Manhattan Beach, which never materialized. So I think it's past due time that we get this resource. And she asked for it nicely, Ms. Omura Garcia did, but she requested it, but she needs the mental health counselor. And don't politicize this about the city attorney requesting additional staff or anything like this. This is what we need right now. I wish that this came actually before our budget, mid-year budget discussion item, because we could have funded it right then and there. But in any event, yes. So those are my thoughts on it. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Baji. Let me just respond to that for a minute and give everyone a little more information about what's going on with all of this. You're moving all the homeless people out of the department, correct?
Not based on the first item you discussed, we're not going to. Okay. And so we're going to, because I'm going to be able to, the election won't be till 2026 and till 2029, so I can fill the vacant position in civil, so we can maintain, I don't have to do review contracts, we can maintain what we're doing. Lila has convinced me that I was in error in my original assumption, which was it would belong somewhere else. It doesn't belong anywhere, and that's why it doesn't work so often. So she's convinced me for the rest of my term, we're going to keep her in my office. That's her strong preference. If the council gives direction, we'll keep for the rest of my term the mental health in my office, and then my successor, whoever he or she may be, can decide what to do at that point.
Right, so that's the problem we're running into right now. So your successor, who knows who your successor is going to be? You're an elected official. It's not in the charter, these issues. So let me back up here for a second. I wish Councilmember Baji was here, actually. So reviewing, I am the president of Independent Cities Association. It's a collection of over 40 cities in LA and Orange County. And, oh, you're back. Thank you. In January, at 6:30, 7 o'clock at night, I got a phone call right here, my personal cell phone, not my city cell phone, oddly enough, from Miss Feja Davenport. If you know who Miss Feja Davenport is, she is the LA County CEO. She is essentially the city manager or county manager of the county. So she reports directly to the 5 supervisors. So I'm a county employee. I get a phone call from the CEO's office, CEO herself. I picked the phone up and said, hello. And she introduces herself. And I'm looking at the phone like, yeah, right. Okay, this is one of my friends making jokes. It wasn't. We had a great 20, 25-minute conversation. And the reason why she called was, as president of ICA, she wanted to get together all the cities that the county doesn't directly deal with on a day in, day out basis. They deal with contract cities, they would deal with other cities, unincorporated aspects of the city. But the important part is, she said to me, we have a local solutions fund, $10 million a year. She said, you know how much we gave away last year? I said, I don't know. I said, well, we gave away 100% of our grants. Every single grant that came in, we gave. We only gave away $5 million. This year, we're adding another $5 million to that, so $15 million in local solution grants. Here's what's so important about that. I got 10 city managers from across LA County to show up at MWD, Metropolitan District headquarters in downtown LA, right next to the train station. And it was, I'll be honest with everyone, it was tough because the city managers and city staff from other cities kind of gave this usual answer of, well, it's the county. Same song and dance. We've been through this before. The county's going to say this, county say that. We actually want action. It's not worth it unless there's actual actionable items behind it. A 1 hour lunch meeting, hour and a half, turned into a 3-hour discussion about how the county can directly partner with local municipalities, how the county can aid in creating a local homeless emergency declaration, what exactly to write in there, what to put in there, and thereby getting direct services from the county. Not even going through the entire 5 to 10-step process. Here's an application, great, we approve it, great, we go through one more check just to make sure, boom, and then we're gonna give you guys the money. They're trying to cut the middlemen, they're trying to cut all the issues out of the process and deliver those services and those money directly to the individual cities. Now, there's a lot more I can get into. I'm not going to get into as to why they're doing this, but I'll tell you one of the things that they're very forward on and really want to move on is the mental health aspect. And they're trying to find mental health clinicians. And our city manager, who took time out of the day, was there, and he heard the issues, and he gave her some suggestions, and she was like, you know, that's a great idea, actually. So there's a lot of different solutions here, and partnering with the county, especially right now, because I'll just say that Measure H and Measure H funds are going away in 2028 and have to be renewed. It's going to be a conversation that the county has already had and is very knowledgeable on as to what is working, what is not working. And Ms. Davenport made no excuses, and there wasn't a single city manager there. There was a single person there that held a punch, and she just sat there and says, yes, I understand what you're saying, wrote it all down, didn't make excuses, and said, we're going to fix this. My county supervisor, my bosses, the county supervisors, have a directive to start moving this, unglue, unstick the services, unstick the funding. And it's coming because Mayor Karen Bass from LA City started off with the emergency declaration. So we have a phenomenal opportunity right now to create a real structure in the city and get the funding that we need from the county and work with them as partners and pay for a lot of these services or all of these services through grants. Yes, Project Home Key on PCH Moonstone was one of the grants that the county approved on the Local Solutions Fund. So I'll just say that so everyone understands and knows we've got services and we've got partners who are willing to work with us and make things happen. They know who we are. We know who they are. They know about Project Moonstone. They're very well aware of it. They're the partners on it. And every single city manager walked away from that 3-hour meeting thanking everyone involved and saying how productive it was. And I know for a fact there's already been applications filed with the county. So we have tremendous opportunities right now moving forward to not have to fund this out of our own general fund, work with partners and to move forward. So I just want to update everyone on that. Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you. Well, I don't know if I need to bring this up now. It's 10:30. I think we need to figure out where we're going to be in terms of other items. But I do have a lot to discuss. So
on this issue?
On this issue, yes. Okay. So if it's okay, I'd like to make a motion to finish this items 4 and 5, and then table item N7, if that's okay.
I'd like to punt everything after N3.
Okay. Well,
hold on. Except for you don't forget city manager items and council referrals.
Right. Except for those.
We gotta specifically say that. Actually, no, maybe not. Maybe we just actually want to punt the council referrals to staff.
All of the remaining discussion items can be moved to the next meeting. They are not time sensitive.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I'll make a motion then to finish this item and do city manager and referrals.
That's it. Is there a second? Okay. All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right.
Okay,
All right.
great. Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to do that. First off, I want to congratulate all of you. Ronson, thank you for all the work you've done. Lila, I can't thank you enough. I follow you all the time. I have lots of friends who follow you now. You're a huge part of this. Don't be modest. And Joy, I know you've been working extra overtime on all this, and you're there. And that award is tribute to you. And Mike, Invitation is the sincerest form of flattery. So congratulations to all of you. I'm really happy that you represent us well. I did have a conversation with Mr. Wodzansky and Mayor Jackson of Hermosa and City Manager Lowenthal in Hermosa as well too about perhaps splitting a mental health clinician.
Yes, I agree. I've been to say it too. Manhattan Beach as well. I agree.
Manhattan Beach.
All the electeds, majority.
So I wanted to give this some time. I agree with you. It's high time we need to do this. It's been too long. And, it's been 10 months. You guys have been patient. I appreciate everything you're working through. It's fine, Nils, if we can figure out a way to be funded by the county, reimbursed, awesome. But I'm going to keep this really short. I think we need a mental health clinician, and I want to help you and all of you on your mission. We're talking about people here. We're not talking about numbers. We're not talking about, this is very obvious. Every time we turn somebody away, that's a failure on our part. And I just want to let you know I'm in support of it. Let's figure out a way to get it done quickly. However it's done, whether it's done through mid-year, special appropriation at the next meeting, or and then reimbursal from the county or whatever. I just want to get this done. I want to get that person out there and supporting as well our public safety because they go through a lot of mental stress as well too. We never know when it was coming down the pike for our employees or our residents. So I'm all in favor of it. Let's just get it done.
So if that direction is just get it done. So I don't care whose department it is, by the way. So, okay.
I don't care.
That will enable us to look at all the options.
Okay.
Ms. Davenport came to homeless court about a year ago, and we had a long conversation with her. It's when the DA, Mr. Gascon, came along as well. We have partnered throughout with the county, and the county is using us as an example for other cities in terms of how to do things that address and reduce homelessness. So we have a meeting the 29th?
25th.
The 25th. Oh, that's right. The 19th tomorrow, we'll need to RSVP for it and present at the meeting on the 25th. The problem with the county is often they don't talk to each other. So like Measure H funds, you couldn't use it if it was any group that worked closely with the police, which was us and DMH. When we did our pallet shelter amendment, it was during COVID, and I remember, I think I did 2 or 3 blue folders that same evening because I was working remotely from different entities, the county CEO's office, the county council, and they were all having different input to documents that we thought had been completed because the county doesn't speak with one voice. We can do an emergency declaration, but it's at our lowest point since 2013. So it's easy for LA to say we have an emergency declaration, maybe more challenging for the city of Redondo Beach, thankfully, to address that. But that will be ultimately a policy call.
I could be wrong, but sometimes it's easier for the county to just fund something that somebody else does than
yeah, we'll look at the problem is they have very definite rules on. So we got a grant through the CEO, and it came from the county that was funded through the COG. Yeah. And part of it was for homeless court. And we found out after we had spent the money that the county wouldn't allow it for the sheriff, that the county was requiring to be at homeless court for security. And it was, our rules don't allow for law enforcement. And we said, they're not enforcing the law, they're providing security that the county is requiring. So we can be a lot more nimble. We're also a full service city, so we can be a good example for bigger cities. Yeah. So we'll explore every option if that is the direction. And I'm almost certain it will be quicker, at least, to get somebody on board through dealing with the homeless court money and partnering, hopefully, with the COG. We can get somebody on board. Maybe not a full-time employee, but maybe it's
maybe we don't need somebody full time.
Well, maybe we need a contract service but it's focused only for Redondo, because the one thing we know is a LILA position is much better than the one we share with the beach cities, and we'll need that for the long run. I think eventually you're going to need to build it into a to a sustaining grant or fund it out of the general fund. But for right now, we're just overdue. So if we get the direction to just try and make this happen, then we'll explore and we have explored any type of funding to do that.
Cool, thank you.
If he has to say yes.
Absolutely, Ronson.
Come on up, Mr. Chu.
No, I just want to say Torrance is actually also looking into a mental health worker themselves. They're having a very hard time. They're actually contracted out with a nonprofit group, and they hired someone. It didn't work out, and so they've actually shelved that position for 2 months because they want to retest the labor market in 2 months. So I do recommend, like, that might not be the best place to go. Maybe an internal city hire might be a better.
Yeah,
So
I think
to your point, Mr. Ronson, like that point was brought up. There are no mental health technicians available for a long time, and the ones they are getting are having to pay tremendous sums of money to, which the county can't do and other contract services can't do, and there's a shortage, a massive shortage, and to say that it's a simple little 60 grand, 100 grand thing it's not. From what I've learned about this,
more than that.
It's going to be way more than that.
It will be 150 is what we estimated. We'll see. We'll test that, but I think we'll get interest in people from the county for quality of life reasons, and I'm basing that on some of the people that applied for the position that Lila eventually took. So I think if it's a city hire, I think we'll be able to hire, and probably from the county for better quality of life, job services position. The Torrance was a model of what not to do because they hired someone and the person never showed up, and the person wouldn't reach out to sorry. We almost made it all the way through the meeting. So the person wouldn't work with the Torrance equivalent of Lila, and he was saying, well, I need to work alone. Well, he wasn't showing up, and he was, and so they quickly ended that contract. So it may be a permanent employee, and it may be funded by first the homeless grant and hopefully the COG, and then it may be funded eventually by the time the county gets around to giving the grants from the county, and then maybe eventually the city decides that needs to be in its core budget, because as we discussed earlier, you're going to need that beyond the homeless crisis. Our police and fire need that position. So if we get that direction, we'll explore every option.
Okay.
Can I just make a comment?
Yeah, you have the floor. Go for it.
I guess it's a comment
Are
slash
you
question.
done, Councilmember Rossi?
Yes, I yield my time.
All right, go for it.
So this mental health clinician, could it be flexible enough to be able to respond to other mental health crises in the community, not just with the homeless population, but our youth and other populations?
It depends on where the funding is. So if we're using it from homeless court, we're going to need to have that part of their job spec be for homelessness. If, however, the COG has similarly matching funds that are not just dedicated to homelessness, but are dedicated to mental health, then let's say just theoretically, in my perfect world, half the money comes from homeless court, half the money comes from, or more realistically, 2/3 come from homeless court and 1/3 come from the COG. If 1/3 isn't tasked with dealing with the homelessness, 1/3 of their position can be dealing with individuals suffering mental health crisis who are not unhoused.
Yeah, it's happening everywhere. So
I completely agree with you. But we'll look at everything if we get directed.
That's all I have.
See? All right, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I just had a few questions, if I may, for the city attorney.
As much as you want.
Okay. Is Lila currently assigned to community services or to your office?
To my office. And
he is assigned to your office.
Yes. We had discussed, because of the shortage in my office, she might have been moved during mid-year. She wasn't, and she will remain in my office through the duration of my term.
Okay, and do you need any direction from the city council to make that happen?
No.
Are there any other changes with respect to where Lila's assigned or the work she's doing that you need direction on?
No, your earlier item pushing it off to 2026 meant that my office has additional capacity to do this, so we're good.
Okay. Is there anything else you want the city council to consider with respect to the specific agenda item?
Boy, that's a big, I'm tempted to say yes, but I think we need to solve this one issue, this one need as quickly as possible, and then I'll let you know in future updates what we might want to address. But thank you for the question.
Well, certainly, thank you, and thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
As much time as you need, sir.
I think I'm done.
That's it?
Thank you, yeah.
All right. All right, members of the public, come on down. Actually, we got cards first. All right, Eric Bear, and then Mark Stratton, MD.
Hi, I'm Eric Bear, District 1. I kind of represent our neighborhood watch along with a lot of other neighboring people. And just from what I've heard, we certainly don't want to go backwards and have encampments. So just from this finite information I've gotten tonight, it sounds like, if it's possible to get a clinician, but it sounds like, if you get anything that's nonprofit, they're not going to work, past those hours. And it sounds like we would need somebody past those hours. I don't mean to sound redundant, but you're going to have mental health crisis at midnight. So I know we can't get two, but it's almost like you need somebody on call if you have some of those. So anyway, I'd just like to emphasize the importance of maybe expanding the pallet shelter. That's obviously been great, and because we're not trying to go backwards. We don't want to get encampments, and then maybe I don't know how you'd solve that issue of having the mental health available more like 24/7, almost like a pallet shelter, semi-psych center is sounds like honestly what we might be the goal we want to get to. So anyway, that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, you may.
One of the options that we've explored is perhaps a contract with someone who is available from DMH on the weekends. And so we can have a full-time, if we go with this full-time city employee, and then have that supplemental contract the way we do currently with CityNet, where they work on the weekends in responding for housing navigation. And, they work on Sunday. Joy and Lila work unofficially on almost every Saturday. And so we have someone available to respond to all this time. So it may be some combination if we can find funding for that.
And based on the budget, I think you might be able to do it. Just have to make it the priority. Thank you.
All right, Dr. Stratton. After that, I don't have any other pink cards.
Mark Stratton, District 1. I want to thank Mayor Pro Tem and council members for allowing me to speak. I want to address or City Ordinance 4-34.02 regarding unlawful camping. My city attorney and I have had a little discussion here today about that, but we have summer coming, and you feel the weight of Los Angeles. We've had some minor skirmish victories here, but you can feel the weight coming our way. I mean, this is not going away for Redondo, and the people that live here need to have things happen as far as how to move these unlawful campers along. The ruling that the city's using is Martin versus Boise. This in the 9th district, my understanding is they have put additional emphasis on this and have upheld it. But their emphasis is that this shouldn't be punitive to the homeless, but should be proactive for the cities. But their language that they have used is talking about the cities making available housing. And certainly, thanks to this council, we have made available with pallet and coming up very likely with home key. So you've done your fiduciary, or however you want to call it, responsibility to the language of this ruling, Boise versus Idaho, or Boise at Martin versus Boise. So when we talk about available, that doesn't mean that we instantly give this to these people. So we have to have enforcement of what's already on the codes here as far as unlawful camping to protect the citizens that are here. So I think because we've met that, we need to now enforce this summer as we go forward. The police have got to be able to move these people along because we've done what we said the law requires, is we've made it available. Just like education, we have education available, but you have to go through hoops. You have to be a citizen of Redondo Beach. You have to meet that criteria. You have to apply. You have to be accepted. You have to meet the criteria for our educational facility. And the same thing needs to apply to the homeless. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, anyone else want to come down and speak on the subject? Anyone on Zoom want to speak to the subject? No, none. All right, so homeless encampments 4-34.02. Section E is provided just for pallet shelter. What direction would you need from us in order to either include permanent supportive housing locations such as Moonstone, or at what point in time could we start enforcing this ordinance 434.02?
Well, there's 435.05, which talks about Martin versus Boise. And that's where we came up with the additional hours. So you can't put up a tent and you can't have it around the pallet shelter. And Dr. Stratton is perhaps applying common sense to the law, which not necessarily is the holding of the court. And the court has made it very clear that it's cruel and unconstitutional to issue even a citation if there isn't available a bed for that person. And the police have enforced it. And we mentioned one of the cases where there was a bed available. If and when Project Home Key comes on and we're successful in getting people out of the pallet shelter who will do well in Project Home Key, that's going to open up more beds available. So what I would say is I would say, direct me to explore if there's a factual basis that would support outside the coastal zone, expanding the ordinance to around a Project Home Key site. And then I'll report what I can find. All of you are, I welcome any factual findings like, hey, it's occurred here. I'm just not, as we speak, aware of something. So if you want to direct me to in part, look to see if there's a factual basis that would justify extending it to a Project Home Key site outside the coastal zone, and then also direct me to go forward with, as soon as possible, options for hiring a mental health clinician, that would be fine.
So the motion to explore factual places outside the coastal zone for Project Home Key sites, you would need factual information from other Project Home Key locations that have been in existence that have had current issues.
Or permanent supportive housing. You have to make findings, not me.
I'm making sure that, because I already know, I've already seen the emails, the deluge. And I want to make sure that we're all on the same page and we're clear.
So in order to defend a lawsuit, the council has to make factual findings that support why you're passing an ordinance or.
No,
or
smart, no, sorry, no, you can't, no, you can't, sorry. So we'll,
So if that's the motion, I'll research it, and I would welcome any,
homework,
yes,
factual information.
yes, any, fine, but that's what I'm going to explore initially.
Okay,
If I, you know,
so I'll make a motion to receive and file the report, explore factual places outside the coastal zone.
Factual findings.
Factual findings.
That would support expanding it.
That would support expanding outside the coastal zone for Project Home Key site or permanent supportive housing.
Yep.
To come back to us. July, August.
Yeah.
They're going to be open in supposedly May or June. They'll probably be open in July.
No, well, their August is their deadline.
Oh, they're new, okay.
Their last deadline is August from the state, and they have to have it fully occupied by October.
Okay.
So maybe the end of July, beginning of August.
That works for me.
And certainly if
Third meeting in July.
If I get any information from Ms. Forbes that it's going sooner, I'll bring it sooner. If I get information that they're further away, it may, move to August, if that's okay.
Yeah,
But certainly
that works.
we'll get it in place before it opens.
That's then with the goal of this being in place before it's open.
Yep.
And to direct you to work with our partner cities, the county, BCHD, ourselves for the mental health clinician position, full-time position or contract position.
Or both.
Or both.
Yeah.
Or both?
Well, because I
Either
say,
or.
no, you could have a part-time clinician work on the weekends.
Oh.
We have someone identified, and then we could do a job spec. We could check with the COG if they would be willing to provide some matching funds. We check with the Judicial Council and the Assemblyman's Office. It appears that would be within the confines of the grant. So the money won't be an issue, and then we can,
check with the county as well?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. We're going to check. I just, based on my experience of dealing with them, that's
what everyone said, and they want to change.
Longer term. But, with Mass Davenport having been an early visitor because she was invited, and she came along with Supervisor Hahn, we don't have to explain.
There's literally a new sheriff.
Yeah.
In town with a new bosses. So let's leave it there.
Okay.
And then so we can get out of here. And then, so that would be my motion to have those two items to come back.
I'll second it with a friendly amendment.
Yeah.
Which is the direction to the city attorney relative to the mental health clinician is do everything in your power to recruit a full-time and a part-time mental health clinician ASAP.
Okay, that makes it, that's easier for me to do it because I know
But
where
you're
to
not
put.
limited to the things he said.
Right, that tells me when I've got competing council-given priorities, it's make this number one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
You
if that's
accept that
okay with.
amendment?
Yeah.
Thank you. I do have one more question, if I may.
Yeah, you may. No, you're done.
Yeah, super short.
I'm cutting you off. No.
Is your interpretation of the Martin versus Boise Act, case that we will only be able to enforce anti-camping against a person if we have a bed available for them at that time, or we need to get our homeless count down to 1 and have a bed open in order to enforce the
So the cleanest way is we have a bed available for them person at the time that the police are doing
that we're asking
enforcement.
for the enforcement, I guess.
There is the federal judge in the lawsuit regarding the city of LA and other cities came up with a number he got from the defendants, which are 60% of the homeless are unhoused are there not by choice. And so if you can provide beds for 60%, then arguably you can enforce that. There's a risk because that's not the actual language for Martin versus Boise. And there are cases out of after Martin versus Boise where all the cities who've tried to paint the corner and find loopholes have generally been slapped down by the federal courts. And the one thing we learned early, everyone in the LA City Attorney's Office said, you have to avoid getting sued in federal court, because once you do, you all lose control over what we're doing for homelessness, and a federal judge just doesn't care.
Yeah, and you've been very careful, obviously, you guys have, police have, on our enforcement. It's not the length of the question, it's the response that really matters. So, but that prompts another question, which is, sorry, but this is important. Oh, here, is the next natural,
No, it's okay.
If we were to expand the number of pallet shelters, is the next natural increment, another 19, so we have 20, and that would satisfy essentially, we just need one more, what is it, navigator, homeless navigator, or is it, what, yeah.
No. Or maybe.
What's the next?
So I'm trying to give a shorter answer.
What's the next?
It depends.
Increment?
It depends, because if they agree that Lila can be the intake person and housing navigator, it can be any up to 20. It could be 5. It could be. So it just depends on the shape. If we're going to hire Harbor Interfaith to have another person, then
19 more is right.
Yeah, because you'd want to have, or 20 more, because you'd want to have, if you're going to pay for having another Ramon out there, you want to get maximum value for your.
You say 20 more because you'd still have that one that Lila could service essentially, and it would be open.
Well, no, it's 20, but 5 of them are available for couples. And every couple that you have means you have to leave one of them vacant.
And do you have couples in some of them right now?
We have one couple, and that's why one is
successfully
vacant.
in there, staying in there. Okay,
Yes.
got it. And last question, we're not transitioning to double because people don't desire double occupancy.
No,
in
could
those
be
pallets.
couples.
Yeah, they have to be
They're singles.
couples.
Okay.
Yeah, and
Okay.
it only works for couples, and we had 5 because we didn't know. Couples have not been a big portion of the unhoused that want to go to the pallet shelters.
All right, thank you, that's it.
Okay, any other members of the public want to come down and speak who have not spoken yet? Any members on Zoom? All right, motion on the floor with a second. All in favor?
One quick second. Could we have the motion restated with a friendly amendment so it's understood by me at least?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
Motion to explore factual findings that would support places outside the coastal zone for Project Home Key or permanent supportive housing for the anti-camping.
Support facts.
The facts. Did I not say the facts? Factual findings.
Okay, got it.
Commonly referred to as. And to have to direct the city attorney to do that and come back by the 3rd meeting in July, and have the city attorney go work with great expediency with our partners at BCHD, Beach Cities, LA County, to find a part-time or a contracted employee or employee themselves for here in Redondo for mental health services.
Use full power of the city attorney to.
For both those
hire that
options.
person, yes, and beat torrents also.
Beat torrents.
Okay, that's a specific goal. It appeals.
No, don't beat torrents. Just don't worry about them.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Aye.
All right, all in
Yes.
favor? Aye. All right, next up on the agenda. Well, next up on the modified agenda is city manager items.
Yes, just a brief one. We will be calling a special meeting next week at 2 o'clock for our strategic planning session. It'll be up in the library meeting room. Ideally, 2 to 7 is the goal to try to move it along. That meeting start time can shift if a few of you tell me that 2 o'clock is a little too early. We have some flexibility there, but I have heard from a few of you that the back end of that is also a concern. So we're trying to thread a bit of a needle here. The goal with the process will be to accomplish the full agenda drafting or a full strategic plan of drafting, but we would agendize a follow-up discussion item at a meeting in May where we would allow the community then to respond to the draft initiatives, weigh in, council can deliberate on any additional objectives that may have been missed, and there still is that two-part sort of process associated with it, but we could be a little more effective and efficient with the initial strategic planning session. So, and I think if we're in person and together in a more informal environment, we will be able to move expeditiously through the agenda. So that will be the 25th. Your agenda packet that'll come out Thursday will really just be the most recent version of our strategic plan and the status of the various items that are on the current plan. It would be helpful for all of you as you look at that to think about items that are currently on the plan that may have been completed but have a natural next phase. Because again, the theme with strategic planning is going to be much like the budget. Let's marshal our resources on singular large items of importance as opposed to defraying ourselves and spreading ourselves a little bit too thin. So look at what we've got on the plan and what naturally has a succession, and I think that will help us move quickly next Tuesday. So
Flags and pools for everyone. Flags
and pools for everyone.
Every park.
Every park, every corner of the city.
Okay. Councilmember Lowenstein, do you have any referrals?
Two, real briefly. A report on status of break wall repairs and dredging.
We can do that probably just do that with a BRR.
Fine.
Yeah.
And then the other BRR is Civic Center improvements, specifically what you talked about tonight. That's it.
All right. Paige?
None. No.
Zane?
I don't know if this is an agendized item or just a referral to staff, but I'd like for staff to have staff get a lay understanding of the available parking now that it's been in operation for so long, for several months, the available parking at the new transit center. How many spots are available in the day?
95% of them. Yeah, we can.
I mean, that's what I want to understand.
Yeah,
is it 95%? Is it 25%? Is it 50%? I'm assuming it's around 95%. I think it's gigantic.
Yep.
I just would like a response, understanding of that.
Yep.
And do you need a second for that?
What is that, a motion? What was that?
So you want a discussion item on it, or do you?
I want to task staff with doing that. So do I need to agendize a discussion on that?
Well, say it again, the whole thing?
Just
Wants to know
figure out how many other parking spots in the transit
Why don't we
center
make it a BRR?
Yeah,
and we'll just bring it back as a kind of a.
It's not a council discussion,
parking status utilization.
Yeah,
We don't need to
right. There you
discuss
go.
it.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else, sir?
No, that's it. Thank you.
All right, Scott?
No, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem.
All right. Thank you, sir. I do have one. I'd like to put the April 29th city birthday party onto the website.
Yeah, that'll be coming. I think it's being discussed at the commission tomorrow night. Some details are going to be planned, and we'll get some posting going. It's the end of the month, and last Saturday of the month we're having it, right? 29th?
Yeah.
Councilmember Kalajerovich throwing a party for the city after.
Yeah.
Talk about it, like we're going to design a flag. It's going to be awesome.
All right. That brings us to, in memory of closing, that is adjourning in memory of Alfredo Villa, father of city employee Melissa Villa. Is that from the city clerk's office? I'm so sorry. Okay. Get to sign a proclamation for that as well, right? Perfect. Thank you. All right. Is there a motion to adjourn in memory of?
So moved.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.